Do your own research and due diligence before investing in any company. The information I provide is in no way or manner a professional suggestion to purchase shares in any publicly traded company. I am not licensed to provide financial advice, and this should be considered entertainment. These stock profiles are intended to be trading ideas, a starting point for research. Any individual who chooses to invest in any securities should do so with caution. Investing in securities is speculative and carries a high degree of risk. You may lose some or all the money that is invested. Always research your own investments and consider consulting with a registered investment advisor or a licensed stockbroker before investing. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? It's your boy Salman in the building. Let me make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. I think you guys can, but I just want to make sure. Didn't even have a chance to get everything all set up, but I think I'm looking good and sounding good. Make sure here, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm sounding good and looking good. I think we are in the building. Yes, indeed. All right, so we all good. All right, thank you guys for joining me. Episode 122. Episode 122 here. Another day, another trade. Shout out to Bad Scientist. I think he's already in the building. Man. And you know, really today, all I wanted to do was just to break down a bunch of, opportunities, man. Anything that we can get an opportunity to put ourselves in front of some money. I don't know about you guys, but that's the only reason I'm on this show. You know what I'm saying? Is to make some money. I'm not here because, I just want to play around or waste any time or have a YouTube show. I'm here because I'm trying to get to a check, get to a bag, whatever you want to say. All right. We got Bat Scientists in the building. Who else is in here? Random Pen, Jeff Thayer, Wesley the Dog, Ricky Lindo, first in the building, Fortis Rocanis. I hope I'm saying your name right. What's good, Bovash? All right, we'll definitely check out all those tickers. Trading Jedi was in here too. Stock Skrilla, Lewis Rod, Lennox John, Ryan Gets It. All the classics are in here. Hello, Miss Price. Big Shag. Okay, Big Shag's in the building. John Drinkwater. Is that your real last name? JMO Just. And RW Perry. Mr. Trucker. What's going on, Mr. Trucker? Londell Carter. The Vaping. Vincent Nahoon. What's going on? So everybody, people slowly coming into the chat room. Thank you for joining us. Here, episode 122. Episode 122. Lines are now open. So yeah, I mean, let's go through some tickers or whatever you guys have available. To talk about this Friday show. I kind of want to stick it to the money today though, because next week is going to be a very important week. Supposedly, we're going to have some ideas going to be put out in terms of Trump's tax plan. That's going to have a huge impact on the markets. So it's going to be really interesting to see, what stocks we think could benefit most from them. Obviously, we got to look at the stocks that, have benefited most from his administration. Off the top of my head, we could talk about Freeport-McMoRan. This is a stock that, if I look at the 1 year chart, this is a stock, Freeport-McMoRan. And when we started talking about, when I first had the show, this was like a 7, just barely out of the $10 range. Now we're at $15 a share alone since November. So kind of out of our price range, but there are many other stocks that are still, cheap enough where we can say that they could have a possibility of running over the next 2 weeks. All right. Yeah, today was a good day trading. You guys remember on the call yesterday, I was all over the SPY, man, all over the Spider ETF, and I just said 231. I knew we would break 231. I went in heavy last night. This morning, I saw a $300 gain, and my first $300 of gains, I always take it. I always take it, and whatever else is just pure profit because I need that 300. I don't know. It's always just been a goal for me from the beginning. All I knew that I wanted was $300. So it's always been, even though I earn way more than that now, it's always been a psychological goal for me. So, and going back into options, I forget how options, sometimes you have the commission plus the cost of per contract. So a big, deal I went through this morning was that I tried to, close out my position. And by the time it was time to close, I was at like, 280 something or something like that. I posted it on Twitter, and E-Trade wanted like $50. E-Trade wanted like $50 to close the position. I attempted to do a fill or kill order, so they couldn't fill or kill it with 10 contracts. They only wanted to be able to fill it at 5 at a time. So I have to go in twice. All right, so $9.99 2 times plus the per contract fee times 5. And it was like $25 each time. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So I was just like, man, you know what? I didn't even do it. I just let it run. And sure enough, overall for the most of the day, it continued to go higher, and I was just making more money. And eventually I just went in and said, fuck it, I'll go ahead and pay my due. But I'm done with E-Trade. I'm fucking done with them when it comes to options. When it comes to options, I'm fucking done. I've been flirting with E-options for forever. I did one trade with it. It was awesome. $3.30. And I've been flirting with sending my money that way. I'll definitely be sending. I already put in the wire transfer. It's already in. Shout out to the people who got in on Plug. I was a little late on the Plug call. I presented Plug to the show. I see somebody brought up. I presented Plug to the show. When was that? On Thursday. Thursday night, right? No. That was Wednesday night. I presented Plug to the show on Wednesday night. And sure enough, it didn't do anything on Thursday, but then it ran on Friday. It ran today. So sure enough, Plug, and let me see here. Plug power, and this is the one. No, this is the 1 day chart. Let me go to the 1 minute 1 day zoomed in. There we go. This is what Plug looked like today. All right, so this was a stock that was just really getting beat up, and it didn't show those signals that Bad Scientist shows. It didn't show those signals. This was just a pure, oversold, RSI play that I thought would eventually turn around. Let me go back. Here's Plug today. Here's the 1 day chart of Plug. And I mean, absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I couldn't, you can't complain about this situation, man. This was a stock that was bearish for so long, and it just got to a point where, everything added up. And here's the 5 minute, and it just, when it adds up, it just works. It just works. I didn't catch the morning top or the morning run that first morning. You guys know I don't like to jump in, first 30 minutes. So what I do if a stock is running, I attempt to get the high of the day once it breaks out the high of the day. And at 11:30 it broke out the high, and of course you buy the breakout of the high all day. And if you miss the first high of the day breakout, wait for the pullback and then hop on to the second one. I mean, that's how you really never can miss these breakouts, if you just go ahead and wait for those, breaks of the highs. Whether you missed the first one or second one, you can go back to dries, you can go back to PULM, you can go back to, GBLS, whatever that's running throughout the day. If you catch it like late, right? And I'm saying late is like you coming in at like 10:30, 11. I'm not talking late like after 2, because then you're probably, for the most part, fucked over, because you're probably buying too high at that point. But within the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the trading day, it's going to make a high, it's going to pull back. But when it starts to test the high and actually breaks out, you can buy that, and that could be something real for you. That could be something real for you. JRGTV, somebody had brought up KBSF. Who had brought up KBSF? Somebody had brought up KB. Do you guys remember that? Somebody had brought up KBSF before today. And I think it was yesterday. But for whatever reason, we took a look at it, and KBSF wasn't on our chart for tonight, for last night, on our stocks for last night. I don't believe, anyway. And then sure enough, it rallied to make that gap back. Because for the most part, the fact that it dropped, so it dropped almost. It was a ridiculous drop too. Almost. Well, I don't know if. Yeah, it dropped almost. Was that $30? Did it really drop $30? Hold on. Or actually more than that. Because it started off the morning at a 520. And I'm showing that it fell off the roof at $44. All right, somebody can correct me on that or not. But anyway, the stock was up almost 185 points on a relatively weak reason to be that low. AMRN, yeah, AMRN was on the list too as well from yesterday. AMRN didn't do too bad. Had a better morning. Let me see here. Here's the 1-day chart AMRN. Yeah, then it started to pull back towards the afternoon. So I don't know if you wanted to, not 40, pretty much 7-8 cents to really benefit off of. So this is going to be a situation where if you had played it, then you're going to have to play the multiple day situation here. Which, if you've already been in the stock, then you've been doing very, very well. Here's the 5-day chart in AMRN. All right. Somebody's saying it was a reverse split. What's going on, Master 82? Pretty good day for you. IMMU. That one was a beast, but this is another situation where, the gap up, and then, if you're not able to catch it early, man, I don't know. How do you make money in this? If you don't catch the run up, how do you make money in a stock that doesn't break, the morning high? People look at IMNN and they're like, oh man, look at this. It was up, 20% today. And I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, how do you play that? If I'm somebody who didn't get in before 10 o'clock, where is the money on that? Where's the money? That's all I'm saying. That's this. You jump in this. And then you didn't catch the high. There's no breakout. So what are we looking at here? Do you guys get what I'm saying, or because I'm not trying to sound like a hater. I'm just, when people show me something that like this, I don't. What am I supposed to do with that? I need to know if this is going to be a situation like a PULM where tomorrow is going to do something similar. So what you can do with this is, because when it's sideways like this, and going back to what Bad Scientist was doing, and we looked at the chart yesterday, is that you can say, okay, well, all right, by 3 o'clock, you look at this, okay, it's done. It's pretty much done for the day. Then I can just say, okay, since the day is pretty much done, I'll pull up the daily chart, right? I'll pull up the daily chart, look at this candle, and say, what are the possibilities of this being able to do it tomorrow? And based on what I see here, the answer is no. But you've got to look at previous times where it has gapped up higher than the bands. And, you got a small one here. But other than that, I don't see another opportunity throughout the chart that was similar to today's action, where it led you to believe that you'd have another day of similar momentum. So IMMU is just telling me that Monday is probably going to be a red day for the stock based on, the long wick, strong body long wick. That's typically a short sign here, So we'll see what happens on IMMU. All right. NAK, what's going on with NAK? NAK continue its rally, man. Here's another situation on NAK. Big body today in NAK, still within the bands too. So that lets you know we could be looking at, another strong day for NAK. And we closed well above the 4 and 8 EMA. And what are the rules? That we're learning is that as long as it closes above the 4 and the 8 moving average, stay in the trade. Stay in the trade. All right. So let's go to the 1-day chart, and that's, man, you want to talk about a beautiful opportunity there. Look at that. So liquid too, Prolix. And Prolix, so liquid. Look how liquid that is, man. 12 million shares traded of a $3 stock that typically trades about 2 million shares. You had 12 million traded today at $3 a pop. So you had a ton of cash coming in and out of the stock. Trades throughout the day. I mean, incredibly liquid, just going higher and higher and higher. And again, this is, I didn't follow NAK today, but this is, again, another one where, if you catch it, even if you pull up the chart, 11, 12 o'clock, just set your high wherever the high is. If it breaks the high, jump on for the ride. Jump on for the ride. If you came in late, that started at 316, right? Crack 316. This would have been all you right here. That high of the day, the first high of the day looked like it was 305, and then once it cracked 305 after a slight pullback, you would have bought into that. And that's, again, those are high probability trades. I'm not a genius at this. There are many of you guys in the chat room much more intelligent than me. I like high probability simple trades. You're not going to see me throw out any formulas. You're not going to see me, none of that. You guys know I like it easy. Easy. Bad Scientist. I tried to play NVIDIA today. NVIDIA as a stock that, it's selling so aggressively off what any other company would say would be amazing earnings. Absolutely amazing earnings. And the stock is down now, almost $4 from, good earnings. And I sent you that information where I saw that doji pattern. I hope you guys can see it clearly here. I can zoom in a little bit closer. I saw a doji pattern developing, and bought the 114 the 114 expiration that was expiring today. And I don't want to put all my MAs back on there, but it was another good trade that unfortunately, couldn't hold. Eventually crossing below the 50-day moving average, so I had to get out of that. So I don't want to confuse you guys with all my lines. Yeah, I sent you that tweet earlier when I played that one, but I thought that Nvidia would be a red to green day, but unfortunately that didn't happen, as momentum stayed quite negative throughout the day. In fact, I can plant, and this is another thing for you guys who use TradingView. Sometimes when you have the RSI, you can just plant, just go ahead and plant the horizontal line within the RSI, so you'd be able to see whether or not you have bearish momentum. A lot of people think sometimes if it hits the bottom of the RSI, that's just an automatic buy. Yeah, sometimes that does if it starts bouncing back, but RSI lines can stay negative, all right, or stay low on the RSI, during trends. And we just saw that in plug. If you take the plug chart and you go out, let's say 1 month, all right, as you can see, the stock was very, very negative, and it's still hanging low on the RSI below 50. So this is very bearish momentum, all right? Very bearish momentum is staying below 50 on the RSI. All right, a lot of people would look at this, oh, I'm going to buy this low on the RSI. Well, I mean, it's, if you haven't seen it break, on the 1 month chart for some time, I don't think I'd want to jump into that. Dries look the same way too. Yeah, 50 line. Yeah, you can call it a 50 line. Dries the same way. Until, this is where you want to be a part of it right here. I mean, that's absolutely incredible what plug was. And this is setting up like Dries. I mean, it was basically like what Dries did. This is basically what Dries did. I don't foresee it doing what Dries did. And again, this is kind of interesting though, Bat Scientist, because we're still within the bands, man, because we have been so negative for so long. We're still within the band. So I'm curious what you see in this, man, when we look at plug power. It's still dirt cheap at $1.18. Dirt cheap. We started the day at 83 cents. So, you're still cheap enough where, your penny player still would play it. And you've got more than enough volume that, serious money could look at and say, okay, maybe I might be able to make a killing on this. It's just really the beginning of a new trend in the stock. Plug got stopped at the $50, what is that? Simple moving average. There it is. Okay. Let me plot my lines. And again, I hate having all my lines because people are like, oh, it's so confusing. I don't see what's going on. So here's the 20, here's the 50, here's the 200. And yes, you are absolutely right. We got stopped at the 50 moving average. Literally touched it and just couldn't go above that. So do we break that on Monday? Bat Scientist, on your opinion, do we break that? And yes, Bat Scientist, the phones are open. 305-600-2896. Ryan gets it. You're saying, looking at plug, still have no shares in the stock, but you're looking at it. All right, it's setting up nicely though. I mean, that's a big bar. Then the wick isn't as long as no catalyst besides huge selling. I mean, there was Somebody was saying, what's the catalyst? How about 6 months of selling, 6 months of bearish momentum? That was the catalyst. What's going on, flipping stocks? Izzy Jules, hello. That was the catalyst. Yeah, Brandon Jackson, you hit it right on the head, man. It was simply oversold. I absolutely believe that. 919, Bad Scientist, what's up, man?
Happy Friday, Sal. Hey, viewers or listeners. How's everyone doing?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Bad Scientist. We are ready. Professor Bad Scientist.
Yeah. I
We,
wish.
we can definitely, whatever you want to do, man, we can definitely go through some tickers here. Uh, I already have your screener pulled up. I hope I pulled it
Okay,
up the
sure.
right way here. The Doji candle, relative strength index here on Finviz, using the descending option. So the descending ones are coming
Okay,
first.
so you're on Finviz. Did you want to discuss plug first?
Yes, yes. Let's go ahead and discuss plug
What
first.
we can do for a while, like if people want to throw out some stocks, we can kind of go through them,
Yeah.
one by one, and kind of do like a little analysis on everything, if that's
Yes.
possible.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, definitely. And I got plugged now at the 1 day chart. But yes, if anybody's got some
Okay,
some
sure.
tickers, throw them out,
Wow.
and we'll take a look at them.
24 million, 24.7 million unplugged
Yeah.
volume wise today, right?
Insane. Insane, man.
Wow, that is insane. Okay, so this is needless for me to say. This was a big day.
Hmm.
And you did mention earlier that, yeah, we're definitely, so volume wise, we're really good.
Hmm.
And you did mention we're still in the Bollinger Band, so that's perfectly, it's perfectly in play because all it's done today, well, not all it's done, but it did cross. So this candle, because it's literally engulfing yesterday's candle, in fact, it's engulfing multiple candles.
Hmm.
This is a bullish engulfing signal. And it's a very strong signal because it's engulfing many days worth of candles. And what this was able to do today was cross the 8 and 4 exponential moving averages as well as the middle Bollinger Band. And it's somewhere now between the middle Bollinger Band and the upper Bollinger Band. So there could be still a lot of play, but that needs to be taken with a grain of salt because sometimes when you get runs like this, it might actually Monday might come and it actually might pull back a little. But I don't think we're done with this one. It will be almost like AUPH, if you remember,
Yeah.
where it shot past $3, went to about 3.55, and then for a day or two it pulled back, but then it was always in play. I don't think this one is going to be ignored. I think this one is definitely still in play. And if you look at it, it's my perfect setup because it's coming from the bottom of the chart, RSI 20.
Yeah.
It's still RSI 56, so it
Right.
still has ways to go
Go, which is
before it's
insane.
even close
Yeah.
to. Yeah, because I mean, I start worrying a little bit when we're close to the 80 mark.
Hmm.
When it's RSI 80, that's when I start to worry. But like you said, we're still in the Bollinger Bands. It still has to break out of the upper Bollinger Band, in my opinion. So there is still a lot of play here. And where it closed today, if you draw a horizontal line, it's actually this would actually be defined as a triple bottom
Oh wow.
where it closed because you can see the first time it hit that mark was back in November the 9th, where that lower wick is on that green candle. It's exactly at the close of today's. today's candlestick. And this is the beauty about charts when you ask yourself, okay, why did the stock close at that certain price? You can always justify it by looking at past closes or opens. So, like I said, going back to November 9th, which was a day after Trump was elected president, it actually its low was at today's close,
Wow.
and then the second time it got there was December the 30th. So when a stock retests a certain a certain price point, I mean this is essentially a resistance point
Yeah.
because it didn't actually close above the other two resistance lines.
Mm-hmm.
But this I would definitely call a triple bottom, at least with respect to those, the 30th of December and the 9th of November. So there's a reason why it closed there. So if you raise your horizontal line up again, I think the next point should actually be right at the upper Bollinger Band. And that's where I'm seeing the next major resistance will be at about 133.
Okay. Yeah, I do see that 133 mark there as
You can
well.
see it crosses a few candlesticks near the 133. There's the one wick which is at the 5th of January.
Mm-hmm.
That's near that mark. There's also a few in the middle here between the 13th of December and the 20th of December.
Yeah.
Multiple points being hit there, and then there's the two candles, one on the 7th of November and one on the 10th of November. The tops of those candles are also near the top of the Bollinger Band.
Mm.
So from where we are right now, which is what did it close at today? 1 second. It closed at 118. I would say about 133 is our next resistance.
Okay.
And then if you just want to round it off to make it easy for yourself, call it 135 or even 130 if you want to round it down.
Mm-hmm.
And so this one's already analyzed. We love the volume, love the fact that it's still within the Bollinger Band. We're coming from the lowest RSI.
Yeah.
If you plot back to, I think, what date is that? To that candle from the 9th of December, the RSI basically matches. The RSI can actually be used as support. So the 20 RSI, almost like you would the candlestick signals, you can use RSI as support. So the last time it was in the RSI 20 was actually on that 9th of November as well.
Yeah, it was.
And then it broke out of that. So this is the thing, right? You can use support and resistance not only for candlesticks. You can use it for RSI, for breaking out of the out of a supported RSI. You can actually do it with volume. I'm just not that much of a geek to where I can program, various. Because what you can do as well is, what was the average? Do we know what the average 3-month trading volume is on Plug?
Right now 4.86 million.
Is that the average for
That
3 months?
that's the average. Let me go ahead. I think Yahoo Finance can give me the average. Typically, they'll give me the average for 3 months.
I don't have that open, but I can look at that.
Let me see here. Plug. PLUG.
Yeah, I'll look that up as well here. It might actually be high because this stock is really liquid. I've always known it to be pretty liquid. Let's see, where are we? Statistics in Yahoo Finance. Okay. The 3 months. Okay, you're right. Okay, so it's Yahoo Finance is 3.87 million.
3.87. Okay.
And so if you do the math, like up to 24 million, we've got at least 8 times the,
Yeah.
is my math right? Maybe six to 7 times
Yeah.
relative volume,
Right.
which is really good because even if you have a relative volume of 1.5 to 2, that's really really good. So even if it had been 7 million or 7.5 million,
Mm-hmm.
that would have actually been really good. So we are looking good here. The only thing I would say is, okay, we're coming from a low RSI. RSI is still relatively low, so we're slightly, very, very slightly overbought if you're using 50 as neither overbought nor
Mm-hmm.
oversold, but
Mm-hmm.
57 is pretty much in the middle. Then what we wanted to do now is to go towards 80, because once it hits 80, at least in the default settings, that's when you get a signal that it's overbought. At least
Right.
if you're using 80 as your overbought signal. Some people use 70, so anywhere between 70 and 80, you should just pay attention to it.
Okay.
But of course, we know stocks can, go up, to close to
They're under it,
100%.
right? And in trend there, if
Uh,
there's momentum there. So,
yeah,
yeah,
and
dries has
good
done that
point.
too.
As long as your trend is saying it's still, the trend is your friend. As long as the trend is there, you can actually ignore RSI. But what RSI does is it does kind of give you a heads up
So,
that,
yeah.
listen, you might want to pay attention. It
Yeah.
could start cracking, up at 70 or 80.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one's still in play, looking good, but there could be a pullback just because it was such a massive run. Even though it's just what 38, 39% for today. Um, that was such a big move. I mean, it nearly took out, I don't know, 60% of that Bollinger Channel right there. So we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens on Monday.
Yeah, well, we definitely got Plug on our list for next week. So you guys already know Plug is going to be the stock to watch. I saw Ryan Gets It bring up
Okay.
WCUI, Wellness Center
CUI.
USA. Wellness
Okay.
Center USA. It's labeled as a food processing. I'm not sure what their business is, but we're going to take a look at the chart here. Here's the 1 day
Okay.
chart
So this
here
one's
on,
at 37 cents. Is this the right one?
yes, 37 cents. Wellness
Okay.
Center USA OTC plays. So I know OTC plays. We had Mr. Lloyd call in and let us know that sometimes they can be kind of funny with these kind of plays. Decent
Yeah.
volume. I'd love to see a little bit more volume on this for us to
Yeah,
be a little bit more
volume is a
accurate on
bit
it.
low. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, I agree. Volume is at 152,000. We need more volume there.
yeah,
But if we plug that into Yahoo Finance, it could still be above the average. Because what you're doing with relative volume is you're really trying to see what the average is, and then the current volume compared, to the 3 month average. So looks like, yeah, the volume's still not there. The average
mm,
volume according to Yahoo Finance is 167,000,
mm,
and today we're only at 152,000. So there needs to be more volume, and actually this one is looking like it's tapped out.
yeah,
If you
yeah,
look at the 4 and 8 exponential, we're getting up to a point where the 4 exponential is now threatening to cross below the 8 exponential. And it looks like we do have a bearish candle today. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this come down on Monday. At least that's what the signal's telling me.
All right, Ryan
And
gets
then
it.
we don't, sorry?
Oh no, I was letting Ryan gets it. No, that's his stock, man. WCUI
Oh, okay, okay,
tapping out there on
okay.
that one. So it's a
Yeah,
wrap
and
for that
and I
one.
mean I could be wrong, because can you look at day the 23rd of January, where we had a false a false signal that it was going to come down.
Yeah.
23rd of January, we had a big candle, but then that was followed by
Yeah.
a green candle going the other way. So we actually have, if you look at the stair step pattern of this actual stock, it looks like it actually does that a few days, and this is what I mean. Like, go back and look at other patterns. So prior to January the 23rd, look to see there. Do you see December 29th?
I do see December 29th
Where
as
they
well.
merge again. It
Yeah.
kind of curves up, comes down, and guess what we have there? We've got a tweezer bottom right there, red candlestick next to a green candlestick.
Candlestick,
So
yeah.
that would be December 29th and December 30th. And then we see the uptrend after that. So, this one's a tough one to call because we could have the same pattern repeat itself as the trend goes up. Right now, what we need to do is look at the middle Bollinger Band or the 20-day simple moving average. We see it slowing down, but the trend still suggests an upside. Although you can kind of see that middle Bollinger Band almost threatening to flatten out or top out at the top. The real confirmation will be if we get a flat top on the 20 moving average or middle Bollinger Band, and then we see it kind of slightly reversing. Obviously, the 4 and the 8 exponential moving averages will catch that downtrend faster. So I would say if Monday's another red day and we confirm with the 4 crossing below the 8 exponential, then it's going to be a down day. But once again, it could just bounce off the 20-day moving average. So yeah, that's my analysis for that.
Got it. All right. Let's see what other people have here. CLSN. Oops, CLSN.
Okay, this is the one I thought would do well today. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
think it well. Okay, so it was a green day, but it's a green candlestick within yesterday's green candle. This one I actually don't know if this goes by any name. What I did point everyone to yesterday was the homing pigeon signal, which is a red candle within a red candle. And I don't remember if that one, we can take a look at that one quickly after we do the analysis on this one. But so this one could also be a pullback. So let's see. Volume wasn't so great. Yesterday's volume we have at 3.8 million. Today's volume was just at 900,000. That's not a bad thing. And this could merely be a pullback. And the reason why I would say it's a pullback is it's still above both the 4 and the 8 exponential moving average. And it's a small-bodied candle. It's not like it's retesting the middle Bollinger Band again. So this could simply be a pullback, in my opinion. Monday will be quite telling because the one stock that did surprise us was the one we thought yesterday wouldn't go up, and that's ACUR. It opened lower today, but you saw it shoot past the doji, right?
Yes, ACUR. This was a one that we kind of expected this to did we expect this to keep going today?
We expected exhaustion, but you know what? It went up, I believe, memory 16% today. So that you still could have made a gain, but yesterday it closed at so I think I have.
Yeah, today was a good gain day for the stock too. 16% gain, 16-cent gain on the stock.
Yeah, so this is the only way that I could see. Well, one way you could have traded the stock yesterday. it ended with a doji. And remember, I said indecisiveness, and it
Mm.
really depends on whether the bulls are stronger than the bears or vice
Mm.
versa. Yesterday, it closed at 98 cents. Today, it opened at 90 cents, so it opened lower, but managed to actually swing and go through 98 cents
Mm-hmm.
with the final close at $1.14. So, so this one ended up doing well. This one ended up doing well, um, and yeah, so this one you could have one strategy you could have used, and I think I've mentioned it before, is a buy stop order
Mm-hmm.
where you're actually trading into momentum. So when it opened at 90, you would then put a buy signal at or just above the 98 where it closed yesterday. So maybe like at a
Mm.
dollar
So it's
as
it's
it's
as if you're
crossing.
telling your broker to buy the breakout if it happens to pass that the previous day's high.
Right. So what you no, you don't actually. Well, it depends. I know with my brokerage, Wells Fargo, they're useless. I can only put a buy stop order when it's something like a $2.50 stock.
Mm.
It has to be, slightly higher in price.
Mm-hmm.
And so what a buy stop order does for you is that you're looking to only buy at a higher price than where the stock is. So in this case, because it opened at 90 cents, you want to buy a little past yesterday's close just to make sure you have momentum behind it. So you put $1 as your buy stop order. You can even do what's called a buy stop limit order where you set a range. So you would say between like $1 and $1.05, and somewhere between that range, you only get that filled as it's crossing through that price that you've mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually quite interesting, like to use at the 50 cent or dollar marks, because those are psychological milestones. So say you have a stock running, let's take even today's KBSF. So that one worried me because this is a very expensive stock,
Mm-hmm.
and I wasn't sure if it was going to run. I didn't personally trade it, but KBSF opened today at $5.20.
Yeah.
Now, if you had, for instance, wanted to get into this stock, you could have just said, okay, let me put a buy limit, a buy stop order at $5.50, so 30 cents higher. The beauty about that is if the price is not reached, it doesn't execute. So it's
Mm.
almost like a lower risk way of playing because it's only going to execute when that higher price is reached. You could have even put in something like $5.75 or even $6 if you
Right.
weren't sure about getting in the stock. So as it's crossing that higher price, then you get your order being executed successfully. So that's what some people use when they're not sure whether there's momentum behind the stock or whether it's just going to simply find resistance and then come back down. So
Yeah.
that's one way you could have traded KBSL
Yeah. This was an
is
insane
into
trade
momentum.
today. I mean, absolutely insane trade today. I'm showing that the stock gained $7 a share today. That's
It was ridiculous. Up 185% today.
jeez.
185. And we normally, deal with penny stocks or stocks lower than, $5
Yeah.
technically is the
Yeah.
definition. And this stock opened slightly above that penny stock range
Mm-hmm.
and went all the way and closed at $10.87
Mm.
with a high of $11.44.
Wow.
This was nuts. There was someone who actually contacted me on Twitter and said, "What are you looking at?" And I said KBSF, but this is out of my price range because I normally trade stocks, at least for me personally, I trade stocks between 1 cent and $5.
Mm-hmm.
And so even when I post my stocks on Twitter, those are normally $5 and less.
Mm-hmm.
From $5 down to 1 cent. So this one was a tricky one, but if you went to the 5 minute on this one, there were so many opportunities that you could have used to get into the chart. Um, it's just that they were so spread out throughout the day, and yeah,
Yeah.
I always worry about stocks that run like this, and that's when you have to use VWAP in
Yeah.
combination with
It's
your
funny on my
4 and 8
chart too.
exponential. And in fact, if it's running that much, VWAP then becomes more important because you really want to make sure that you're getting your stock buying your stock at a fair price.
Well,
So sorry, that was like I kind of deviated from what we were talking about.
no,
What was the stock we were on? But it's
no,
related to what I was saying about
yeah,
putting in a
but
buy
just
stock
real
on
quick
this.
though, before we move back to the user picks, KBSF though was is still below on the daily chart, still relatively cheap compared to where of course it dropped off at. Uh, so are you still
Yeah,
seeing this
and
this could possibly continue
now
or?
this one is dangerously high. Let's go to the monthly chart on this. Okay, yeah, on the monthly chart, and this is where it's important to always toggle between multiple time points. It's even low on the weekly. I mean,
Mm,
even though today, so that's when you have to have an appreciation. Yes, today was huge, 185%. We can't deny that was a really strong move. But in the grand scheme of things, we're still low, like you said.
yeah.
And in fact, it looked like it actually closed at support, near support today. They're still looking at the next candlestick. So if you look at on your monthly, I think this is no, uh, January 11th. Oh, sorry, on your weekly, January 11th and January the 19th of last year.
Yeah.
Between those two candles, they're both red days, but that's your next support, and this is showing 1962. So potentially, as long as the stock goes up, okay, there's another intermediate support. Oh, sorry, I missed the week of February the 1st and the week of June 20th. The upper wicks of the candle there are exactly somewhere near about 13.30 on the
Mm-hmm.
weekly chart. So $13.30. That means there's still just shy of another $3 that could be gained come Monday. And if it passes through 13, what did I say, 13.30, then the next milestone on the weekly chart
Mm-hmm.
will be 1962 thereabouts, just shy of 20 dollars. So there could be as much as another 100% play here before maybe things start going haywire. But we've seen with Dries and the other shipping, didn't Dries start at $2 or $4
Yeah,
and go
yeah.
all the way to $100?
Dries was another one. And after these stocks tend to shit like this, TradingView doesn't like these stocks that end up shitting on people like this. So it looks really funny on our charts.
And what's the float
Crap.
on this? I was gonna look on the float because if the float is low, who knows where this will go? Yep, we've got a low float stocks, guys, ladies and gentlemen. 9.9 million. That I
Yeah.
would consider
Oh
low
yeah,
float.
Dries. I mean, and you got to remember, Dries also did a reverse split not too long ago. So it was
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
at 19, which wasn't that bad. I mean, even at 19, it wasn't that bad. So it's even lower
Right.
now. Dries. It was really interesting because Dries actually got up to $4 today. I watched that, but it still didn't break the 200 moving average here on this 5 minute chart.
Yeah.
So the 200 on the 5 minutes been really interesting because that's also been a point of some real movement for the stock. You see, as you can see here previously, when it cracks, the 200 moving average on a 5 minute chart,
Yeah,
it tends to really,
yeah.
really explode after that. So dries looking to creep up above the 200 moving average again on the 5 minute chart. So I've seen it twice now what it can do when it crosses that level. That's why now it's on my target for next
Correct.
week as a possible another run for dries.
And Sal, you brought up a good point because this is, once again, I'll reiterate, put everything into perspective. Today for KBSF was a big day. In
Yeah,
fact, for day traders, they would probably be moving on to the next stock now
yeah,
because today was a big day. But in the grand scheme of things, on the weekly and monthly chart, this stock still has a long ways to go,
yeah.
particularly on the monthly chart. I mean, the monthly chart, the next highest resistance is somewhere near the $50 mark, and even above there, we're looking at the $95 mark. I don't think realistically it will get up there, but this is where the stock is coming from. According to my chart, it's as high as 152, but I don't know. This may have had. Do we know if this had any reverse splits in the past?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I know there's talk about that one, but KBSF, I've pretty much moved on from that one. So we're gonna keep moving on
Okay.
because I think that one
Okay,
is,
sure.
is almost even out of the realm
Is
for most
yeah, we've
people.
exhausted that one. Yep,
Uh,
sure. What do we have
SO.
next?
Now we have the SOL. What is this? SOL Rensola.
Oh,
Somebody
Sol,
brought
SOL.
SOL Rensola. This is another. You guys are liking the higher price stocks today. I see. SOL Rensola. Let me
Okay.
see here.
So, yeah, this one was a green day. We're up only on the daily chart. We're only up 1.64%. Is that correct?
Yeah, only up. Actually, we closed at 310.
Yep, 310 with
Okay.
a 1.6% gain.
Well, I have
That's
point.
what my
Yeah.
chart
Well, that's
shows.
probably because you're probably showing some after hours addition to it. I have a point eight
Oh,
three.
okay, okay.
But there was a split before the market opened today. I see
Oh,
here there
okay,
was a
okay.
slight split for 1 for 5. Regardless, I mean,
Oh,
we're still
okay.
seeing the overall trend looks like it's been very, very bearish, and it's still, well, you're not well beneath the 4 and 8, but you're still sitting under it, and still sitting underneath the
Yeah.
20 moving average as well.
Yeah, RSI was still good. What's your
Mm.
RSI showing? Around 45?
Yeah,
That
45. Yeah, 45 right now for RSI.
okay. So RSI wise, we're still good. Volume, we could definitely see a lot more. Once
Mm-hmm.
again, volume is 164. We definitely need to see a bigger day. I mean,
Yeah.
looking back at other days, it's been as high as 1.4 million back in December the 7th. We need to be seeing volumes in that range, or at least in the 500,000
Mm-hmm.
range, which is where some of those previous days volumes are at, near the 500,000 mark. So definitely this needs a lot of volume behind it, and then definitely what we want to see. The good thing is that it did breach the 4 and 8 exponential moving average.
Mm-hmm.
So what it needs to do come Monday or in the next few trading days is breach the middle Bollinger Band at about 114. And it should be able to do that. I mean, that's literally just 4 cents away. So we want to see it break through that middle Bollinger Band
Mm-hmm.
and start threatening to take out the upper Bollinger Band at 341, 342, thereabouts.
There it is. All right, let's keep it moving here. Big Shag with INFI, Infinity Pharmaceuticals. This is a stock that
INFI,
yeah, I was
Infinity.
watching this. So yeah, INFI. I was watching this one and broke another stock that broke through what I wanted to buy it at. Didn't take advantage of it. Now we're at higher prices here. Uh, in
Okay.
February, and it's looking pretty nice right now.
Now, I think also when people put their requests for the stocks, Let's put a timeline in what timeline they want to trade in, whether it's in the same day or a weekly trade or a monthly trade, because that's very important. If we're talking about a daily trade, for instance, the KBSF we were talking about, that would have been an excellent day trade. If we're talking weekly, then we need more expectations to show that the stock is improving week to week. So let's just put like timelines in terms of whether it's a day trade or a swing trade, and if it's a swing trade, is it for a few days, weeks, or months?
There it is.
So this one, okay, so this one that we're looking, and this is INFI, you said? It was up to date 2%.
Yes,
Is that
two.
correct?
Yep. It closed at 245.
Was at 245. Okay, so is is um is the listener wanting to short this or to continue to go long on
I think
this?
he's looking to
I'm not
definitely continue to go long. This looks like it's up real
okay.
nicely.
Okay.
Up
Yeah.
almost what 60
So
cents.
okay. Yeah, we're still so if you want to look at long-term trend, like I said, look at the 20-day simple moving average or the middle Bollinger Band. We're still good to go.
Yeah.
And the price is not even threatening that middle Bollinger Band yet. And in fact, it's even above the 4 exponential moving average right
Right.
now. So still good to go. I would be long in this until if unless it crosses below about $2.30, which would be below the 8 exponential moving average, then I would start worrying. But even with that, if you're in it for the long haul, it would have to threaten that middle Bollinger Band at about 211, 210. So yeah, I would, and depending on whether the viewer or the listener got in already or is wanting to get in for the first time, that's also, a talking point right there. But assuming that they're already in it right now, yeah, definitely it should stay long. Everything's pointing towards an uptrend still.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna get back to a sympathy play in a minute, but
Okay.
MKAU,
Yes, I
MKAU.
love that one. I love that one. I was looking at this one all day long.
Yeah,
The
now this
daily
being
chart
being an
is
OTC player, we definitely got to look at this in the daily chart to make sure we actually have
yes.
the support day to day that we need here.
And I was kicking myself because look at where it started breaking the Bollinger Band at 0.0039
Wow.
is when it started, and it got to as high as 0.04, a
Hmm.
tenfold increase in just maybe like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's just incredible. 10 times. So if you put in 1,000, you'd have slightly under 10,000 from $1,000 investment. So this is nuts. This
Yeah.
is nuts.
This is the one that
But
the one guy called up about you guys folks about the whole, it's an automotive company switching over to a TV streaming and whatnot. But you possibly think that they could go and break. Well, I mean, it's still positive. Obviously, it's still
oh,
safe
this
to.
is
Yeah,
this is screaming positive
yeah, very
all the
very
way
positive
for
right now.
different reasons, for multiple reasons.
Mm.
Because notice we have almost, I guess, to some extent, it's almost like a bull pennant that we get because if we look at the very first really big like green candle on the 2nd of February, it then started coming all the way down
Hmm.
and all the way down until about that doji on the 8th of February, and we're back to dojis. Remember, there's doji at the bottom of that chart right there, right next to the 20-day moving average,
Hmm.
and that doji was then followed by another green day. So if you look at the 7th of January, where we have that red candle, then on the 8th we have the doji, and then yesterday we had a green candle. That's your your morning star right there, your Doji morning star setup right there. Yes, it's with a 3 cent stock, but the pattern is still there regardless.
There it is, guys.
And
FAU.
it's happening, yeah, and it's happening right. The lower wicks are teasing that middle Bollinger Band, and we have a bullish reversal that started on the 8th, and things are still looking good. We're above on today's candlestick. We're above both the 4 and the 8, way above them. It needs to threaten the upper Bollinger Band, which is at 4 cents, and then retest those higher levels at about um, 0.0470, around that part, like just under 5 cents. So I'm still bullish on, and I just wanted to look on the weekly. Okay, so weekly was still good. In fact, on the weekly time scale, 23rd of January, we broke the upper Bollinger Band on the weekly, and we haven't actually even flirted with the upper Bollinger Band. The price is still way above the upper Bollinger Band, so very bullish as well on the weekly. And in fact, you could have caught this move, like I said, just before Christmas. Of No, not just before Christmas. Sorry, the round about the 23rd of January is where you could have caught this. And then on the monthly, we're actually teasing the upper Bollinger Band. So this is the beauty of this. If you were trading this week to week and you're deciding, okay, should I hold on to it longer? On the monthly, we've had 2 months of green days. January's was a positive day, and February is positive, and the volumes are excessive. I mean, the month of January, we had 20.5 million in volume,
Yeah.
and just 10 days of February, we're already at 63 million. So this thing is still going up on all those 3 timelines that we were talking about:
Incredible, incredible, incredible
daily,
volume.
weekly, and monthly. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
All
So
right.
yeah, that's my analysis on that one.
Somebody
And you
brought
could have
up.
once again on the daily played the morning star, the doji morning star signal right there. But ignoring that, because I know Mr. Lloyd talks about maybe this not working with these price stocks, you could have ignored it and just used the 20 simple moving average as your support, because the price never even crossed there.
Now moving on, somebody had brought up a sympathy play Volvage for uh,
Okay.
plug, which is he's saying it could be
F cell.
FCEL. Yeah, F
Yeah, F
cell.
cell. Yeah, I know. I used to look at both those two together. That's actually wow. This one's my perfect setup. Perfect setup. Just looking at it 1 second, I'm already in love with this chart. F cell is looking good. Why I like it? So yesterday, once again, we're at an RSI of 20. Yesterday's volume was just above a million. Today's volume, so the candlestick pattern we see here again is a bullish engulfing signal. It's in fact engulfing the previous 3 days worth of candles, and the volume is now 1.5 million, and we have both improved RSI and improved volume. So if you go to stockcharts.com, maybe they might have this one listed, maybe not, but this would be called an oversold stock with improving RSI. This is like my best play in the world, because we're
Whoa,
at the
that
bottom.
says a
The
lot,
risk
man.
is
That says a lot right there.
well. This is my play, and I didn't actually spot this one, so that's good that Bovash was able to um, pick this sympathy play up. Because look at it. Look at the downside of where the candle opened today, which was yesterday's close. $1.25.
Yeah,
Is anything even lower than $1.25? No.
nothing.
You go back. I don't know how far you need to go back to even
Get
get as
there,
low as a
right?
dollar. So this is perfect
It's a
for
very
me.
low risk
I
trade.
wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't even hesitate to have gotten into this one. I wouldn't. I would have even gotten into it today as it crossed the 8 exponential near about 140. I would have been in 10 cents cheaper. And you know what? Look at today's candlestick. It's a white Morobatsu candlestick, no wicks on it. From open to close, the bears dominated. This is perfect. This is the best thing I've seen since sliced bread. This is a good chart.
All right, so going on, Michael 91,
Okay.
BWEN, Broadwind Energy. Oh
Okay.
man, beautiful setup here on the daily chart.
Oh yeah,
BWEN.
you see this. I mean, and this is what I've been trying to get. You see, on the 3rd of February and on the 6th of February, so there must have been a weekend in
Trying to
between
catch it
there,
early when it
where
just starts to break the
yeah, where it
4 and 8.
breaches. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
where it breached, where it just kissed the top of the upper Bollinger Band, and then it just traced that Bollinger Band all the way up.
Up, wow.
In fact, initially, parts of the candlestick bodies were through that middle Bollinger Band, but the last 2 days, they're not even touching the upper Bollinger Band. This is sick. This is a sick chart. Lovely. It's just the only problem now that we have, volume is good, everything looks good, but we're now at an RSI 80. So this is like a warning sign. It could still go up, but this would have been perfect to catch, 3, 4 days,
Days ago,
3, 4 days ago,
right.
because that you would have been at 420, and at 5 right now. Okay, so if this was a lower price stock, probably would be looking at 100, 200% gain.
Yeah,
This would only be a 25% gain at the most.
right.
But it's still the chart itself. This is a textbook like my setup. I love it. It's good. So everything still looks good on here on the daily. Let's just go to the weekly on this. Um, so on the weekly, is it actually just breached the upper Bollinger Band and closed above it. So we're still good on the weekly. Monthly, probably still. So on the monthly, it hasn't yet reached the upper Bollinger Band, but it's still trending up. And on the monthly, the middle Bollinger Band is flat. We don't see the uptrend yet, on the monthly chart, but we do see it, on the weekly. Yes.
So BWEN, for the shorters watching, this might be one that you might want to put on your list for next week.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
BWEN.
And if any of you follow, who's the guy that Tim Grotani, Tim Sykes' student?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a word of caution. If any of you follow Tim Grotani and he says, I'm looking at stock ABC, be in it to short it, because that's his signature move. If he says he's looking at it, it's more than likely for shorting purposes.
Mm.
Yeah, in fact, I used to actually use him as a strategy when I was wondering if a stock was overbought or not. If he starts saying I'm interested in these stocks, yeah, you should be looking to short those. Yeah,
Now I have a play by Ryan Gets It. He's looking to
okay,
do a 90-day possible move in PXLW at
yeah,
393 a share. So I'm pulling up the daily chart to start things off,
yeah,
and then we can probably move from there.
okay. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cough,
No problem.
but
Oh, take your time, man.
PXLW. Okay, so this one has had a very good run. I guess started when on the 2nd of February. It had a huge gap up, and basically right now it's just tracing the upper Bollinger Band. It's just kissing the upper Bollinger Band. Still in an uptrend on this one. Let me see on the weekly. Weekly's looking good. The first candlestick to break the upper Bollinger Band was not this week, but last week, so week of January the 30th is where it broke the upper Bollinger Band, and it's looking good right now where the opening of this week's candle is actually on the upper Bollinger Band. So it's pretty much, it's far from the upper Bollinger Band in an uptrend, so that's good. And we see on the weekly, the trend is still positive on the middle Bollinger Band. Monthly, the trend still is down. We kind of see it flattening a little bit, but it is posting higher highs and higher lows on the monthly, and the volume is actually pretty decent. Not as great as the month of. Okay, that was a long time ago. The month of March 2014, the volume was about 80 million, and it's sitting right now at 7.5 million, which is just under the volume from June 2015. So this one hasn't moved for a long time.
Yeah, it's really,
and
it's
so,
almost too slow for him to really even look at it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I would say the trend is still up on the daily, weekly, monthly. Everything's looking good here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on then. Let's move on here. What else has some people got in here? MMEG, the play that ran for some time. Today, 4% gain in the stock today. It's so low, I can't even pull it up here on the daily. Let me see. You put a monthly chart on.
You said MMEG?
Yeah, MMEG. Some of these prices.
So this one was up close to 5% today. Closed at
so hot on
4 cents. No, not 4 cents. Sorry, 4,000ths of a cent. 0.004, right?
Yeah, I have to pull this up on the hourly because TradingView just doesn't deal with OTCs on month, especially this low. I mean, we're below a penny.
Yeah,
so it doesn't even create the. But yeah, we're below a penny on this one.
And just as a disclaimer, I don't trade stocks this low. I trade from anything from 1 cent and above. So I can still do my analysis on here, but just realize that I don't trade the even like the double or triple zeros.
Okay.
But I mean, the moving averages still work. We can still analyze it and still take a look at it. So on the hourly, so you want me to analyze from the hourly?
Yeah, if you can analyze from the hourly, when it's below a penny, man, it's almost impossible for me to put up a monthly chart on these tickers. In fact, I got to ask David. I don't know how he does it on the daily for below a penny because it looks horrible for monthly charts on these stocks when I talk about or daily charts on any stock below.
But daily was still good. I've got the daily chart up now, just quickly.
Yeah, I can't see shit.
We're above the upper Bollinger Band, so that's good. It doesn't look like so far only the lower wicks are flirting with the upper Bollinger Band, so we're still good. And obviously, being above the upper Bollinger Band, that means it's above the 8 and the 4 exponential. On the daily, the middle Bollinger Band is as low as 0.0018. So we're still, I don't know what that, like just over two times that in price higher. So we're still good on the daily, definitely.
So you're saying, because I'm not pulling up the way you do, but you're saying MMEG is still looking good for investors who are thinking about jumping into this.
Yeah, I was staying in it long right now.
Mm.
The only thing I must preface this is we do have the longer candle wicks for the last 3 days. So
Oh,
those whiskers at the top, the upper candlesticks, this means that it's struggling at this level because
okay.
it's, we're not getting full bodied candles at the top of this chart at
Mm.
0.005. It's all just candle wicks.
Okay.
Whereas if we look back to the 28th of December, we do have some strength at 0.006 with a couple of candlesticks there. But the last 3 days, all we see is these whiskers, where upper wicks are
Yeah.
showing at this level. So that's a sign that it's maxing out.
Okay.
So even though the trend is still up, it could actually be, simply consolidating here, but it just doesn't have the power to go through that 0.005 mark. So still get in, but with caution.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's move on here. GRNH.
Okay.
GRNH, penny a
Okay. I
share,
know.
or just under a penny a share for GRNH. All right, so yeah, this one
Yeah.
looks much better in the daily chart here for
This one closed
GRNH.
at
Thank you, CJ
nine
Justin.
point seven five cents. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Green Grow
Okay.
Technologies, and
Right.
this has been a
Okay.
runner in the past too. By the way, this is a stock I remember very very well from 2015 and early 2016. This is a stock that can really really move. But
Okay.
yes, let's talk about where you think it's looking like right
Okay,
now.
I'm just scanning through the Bollinger Band. It looks like this stock likes to kiss the upper Bollinger Band for resistance and then
Mm,
come back and test the lower Bollinger Band. It doesn't seem to cross that far above the upper Bollinger Band. So we're still good here because the upper Bollinger Band is at 1076 and
mm-hmm.
we're at 975 right now. So we at least have that going for us. The one thing I want to see, because it closed right on the middle Bollinger Band
Mm-hmm.
on the daily chart, we want to see it actually pass through that middle Bollinger Band and go and test the high actually. So it left a long upper wick,
Yeah.
but the high was short of the upper middle Bollinger Band. We want to actually see it retest those highs and cross at or above that upper Bollinger Band. But
Hmm.
um, we do see as well on the daily chart, on the 4 and 8 exponential, we do see them converging.
Yeah.
So that could be good or bad.
Bad. Right.
Um, we're coming from a slightly over oversold condition where RSI was around 43 like a few days, like a week ago,
Mm-hmm.
and the uptrend suggests that the 4 is actually trying to cross above the 8. It just hasn't done that yet. So my guess is when we do see it cross above the middle Bollinger Band, like if it hits 10 cents, we should actually now start seeing the 4 exponential above the 8 exponential. So we do need to get volume wise. I think we're fine. Um, you know, um, we're at 7.5 million.
Mm.
7.5 million appears to be a lot larger than some of these candles that are near the 2.5 million mark. So we should still be good. Like I said, we need for it to now start putting more strength and closing at the upper Bollinger Band. But, still looking good.
Okay. And also I want to just also for people to know that obviously we're looking at pure technicals. You also want to make sure that
Right,
the company doesn't release a bankruptcy and
right.
a notice on you guys. So you want to make sure, of course, especially when you're talking about these higher price stocks we reviewed earlier, that the stock is at least in reasonable financial shape to know that it's going to continue trading at least.
Yeah, true. And I guess we must always state that because
Yeah,
I'm a technical trader,
no,
but any news that comes out will trump any
anything.
technical chart.
True,
So,
true.
yeah, whether it's good news or bad news, obviously, if you're in for the long haul, it's gonna be in your favor. But if news comes out like over the weekend, no technical analysis will predict for that.
Right.
That's just the risks of trading. But if things go the way they're going and there's no big news like bankruptcy or anything like that, just purely on the technicals, that's what my analysis is all about here. Obviously, if news comes out, that's going to trump everything, and the price will either shoot up or come crashing down.
No problem. All right. So next stock is Ceru, CERU, trading at a
Okay,
dollar
I know that.
thirty. This is one that
I
we've
know that
definitely
one. Yeah.
talked about in the past. Biotech play. This is definitely in your lane, bad scientist.
Yeah, I've traded this a few times
Yeah.
and used to just trade it, as it's passing through a dollar, trade it, to about $1.15, $1.30,
Mm.
wait for it to retest a dollar. I've traded this one repeatedly. I think this might have been the first stock that I actually made decent money
Oh
on, where I
wow.
made
Oh shit!
1,500 in 9 minutes back in the day. But that was a risky gap and go kind of warrior trader, Ross Cameron type of thing, where
Yeah.
you're getting into the stock as as the gates open. But I wouldn't advise that because you want a stock to kind of level out, and
Mm.
where you can get into the stock when the gates open is if you're on the 5 minute chart, if your first candle is green and then you see your second candle is also green, you might want to think some more aggressive traders will go in with the second green candle, but definitely you could play the third green candle that arises, or wait for the first pullback. I know Ross Cameron, with his trading style,
Mm-hmm.
he'll wait for the first or the second pullback and then he'll get into the stock.
Mm.
So there are various ways of doing that, but that's a separate matter altogether.
Yeah, that's
But
an
this,
interesting trading style. Getting in at the second or third green candle, or for
right?
the first green candle after a pullback.
Yeah, because remember, that's what I'm wanting to do on the
Mm-hmm.
daily time frame when I get the break of the upper Bollinger Band. I want to try catch either the day prior to it breaking that band
Yeah.
or the second day when it's just broken the band. So all that's different is the time frame here. So you could technically get in, after the first or the second candlestick, but it might be better to wait for the third successive green candle, or wait for the first pullback,
Mm-hmm.
or even the second pullback before you go in. So this
Mm-hmm.
one looks good. I mean, we see here on the daily chart February the 1st and February the 2nd. What's that pattern right there? It's your tweezer bottom, your bullish tweezer bottom. You see those two
Yeah.
candles right there?
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day was a huge gap up. So, these things these things really work when you see a green and a red candle of the same size, either at the top or bottom of the chart. Just pay attention to those, because when it gapped up like this, you could have just gone in right away,
Okay.
based on that bullish signal from the day before, because that's the signal on the 3rd of February basically confirmed those prior 2 days.
Yeah, those are nice.
And those
And
2 days
and
were on the
Ciro
upper Bollinger.
and Ciro. What's interesting about this stock is that we're still above the 4 and 8. Actually, we got a really nice gap between the 4 and 8. Shout out to David. Thank you, David.
Yes.
David in the house.
Oh,
Everybody
okay.
check out
Hey, David.
Investors Hangout. Yeah, but we're well
Yeah.
above the 8 EMA there. Nice gap between the two. That
Yeah.
says that, and we're still
Correct.
within the bands. So that
Yeah.
says this is possibly a stock still in play.
Absolutely, absolutely. Volume is okay. We are at 1.5 million for today. Would
Yeah.
like to see
See
it
more.
kind of
Yeah.
add a
Yeah.
bit more volume there.
Yeah.
And then, if it's still going up, we want to see it break that upper Bollinger Band again, possibly in the,
Mm-hmm.
140, 138
Mm-hmm.
mark right there. And of course, when I state these prices, because these are moving lines like moving averages, when I say I want to see it above, that's only with respect to today. When it opens the next day, those lines will shift, as
Okay.
because they're all kind of moving averages. So when I say I want to see it hit this price or hit the middle Bollinger Band, realize that the middle Bollinger Band 2 days ago is not at the same point where it is now,
Mm-hmm.
and it won't be at the same point where it will be 2 or 3 days from now. But it's still, you still have to use, your 8, your 4 exponential, and your middle Bollinger Band.
Okay. Yeah, and I
So
also just to let everybody know, it's running on a catalyst that the company is looking to basically sell itself or sell whatever important assets it has. I see here an article that came out 9 days ago that really
that's good.
follows through in line with that first move there, just above cracking the 4 and 8. That article basically stating that the company was looking to seek a buyer. Right?
Does everyone know your Elmer Fudd's method? Because that basically, those are really all the fundamentals or perception of fundamentals that will move a stock. This would be what, like under mergers and acquisitions
Yeah.
in your Elmer Fudd method. But yeah, acquisitions are always good, especially for these low priced stocks that really don't have much cash. They'll be bought out by a larger company. And this is always a good thing if you are caught with a stock. For instance, I
Mm-hmm.
had the Jag X, that animal health thing. I bought that a
Mm-hmm.
long time ago, and then I guess now they're merging or they're selling some of their assets off. So that was a good move, and it's always nice to be caught on the right side of a trade during either mergers or acquisitions or
Yeah.
things of that nature.
Yeah. So
So yeah, this one's
yeah, for those people who don't know, I when I just traded specifically on news, was trading on a system called Elma Suds, which is a fictional grandmotherly old lady that I would use as a system to trade simply on news, basically scouring news 24/7, trading on these short-term catalysts. And Elma, ELMA, earnings, lawsuits, mergers, and acquisitions. That's Elma. Then Suds, stock offerings, upgrades, downgrades, and then splits. So that'd be Suds. So Elma Suds. And I would only trade stocks undergoing those catalysts because they create amazing short-term gains that you can make some really good money on, especially if they're good stocks that have a decent following.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's been very useful for me,
Yeah.
actually. It's a good mnemonic or acronym or whatever you call it.
Mm-hmm.
Almost.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. What else? Let me see here. Who else has got something? Trading Jedi FNCX for a swing trade. He's attempting to reverse and trend higher. So he's hoping that this can reverse its bearish momentum and
So
move.
say the stock again.
Sure, F as in Frank,
Uh huh.
N as in
Uh huh.
Nancy, C
Uh
as in
huh.
cat, and then X as in
Okay.
X-ray.
X. Okay. All right. So this one closed at 227. Is that correct?
Yes,
$2.
227 down 9% today.
9%. Okay. And you said he wanted. How did he want? What was he wishing for on this?
Well, he's hoping to do a swing trade in the stock. He's hoping that bearish momentum here is finally hopefully waned, and looking to hopefully the stock will start reverse and move higher, and start a new gain here, a new trend.
Okay. So it basically closed at the 4 exponential moving average on the
Yes.
daily chart.
Hmm.
For the way we trade, at least for you and me, Sal, we look at the 4 and the 8. So as long as it's not closing above the 8, we're still good on this. But if it passes the 8 exponential, which is around what 224,
Yes.
thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
So just 3 cents, just 3 cents to go. As long as if it just teases that 8, we're still good. But let's say if it gets to the middle Bollinger Band, which is around 219, then I would start worrying about that.
Yeah.
Maybe even set like at 215ish if it carries on through there. Unless you're feeling really really brave, you can also basically use those two upper and lower Bollinger Bands as almost like a trading channel, a price channel. So you could, if you were long on this, just set the bottom at $1.85. I'm not sure what that translates to in terms of percentage loss, but um, depending on what type of trader you are, you may risk more than someone else, for instance. So you can use those Bollinger Bands as a channel. And in fact, if you look back at the chart, yeah, once again, this thing bounces off the upper Bollinger Band, off the lower Bollinger Band, doesn't really cross that much above or below.
Mm-hmm.
There are a few instances where it did that back in August of last year, and once in September of last year where it opened below, but it was a green candle below the lower Bollinger Band. But from that point onwards, if you look at September all until now, this stock literally, it uses the Bollinger Bands as a channel, up and down, up and down. It just touches the top for resistance, comes down, touches the bottom for support, and just bounces between the lower and upper Bollinger Band.
Okay. Okay. See somebody bringing up iconic brands. ICNB. This one, I'm actually kind of surprised it's still running.
This is that
ICNB.
OTC stock,
Yeah,
right?
it's the OTC stock. It went pulled back for a little bit, but it found some new legs last month, toward the end of last month,
Yeah.
and it's working its way higher. Working its way higher. This is another one that, when you get into some of these stocks early, you never really know where
Yep.
they can go. This was a triple zero. What is that? 0002 stock
Yeah.
back in November.
Yeah.
So when I tell people,
Yep.
some of these 000 stocks like USEI and some of the other ones we've looked at, hey, be patient. Something's going to happen. Just sit and wait. Be patient.
Sit
Some
and
people
wait,
just,
and you
yeah,
can see.
you can
Yep.
see. I mean,
You
this is
can.
an incredible gain. This is well easily could turn into a $20,000 gain for somebody who had got in,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
at those 000 levels.
Yeah, and this is where, like you've mentioned, Sal, like especially if you don't want to risk too much, put
Yeah,
two, three, $400 in it and just let it ride.
just let it
You
just
see the
sit
middle
there.
Bollinger Band, yeah, middle Bollinger Band from mid towards the 20th of December. There,
Mm,
you could have bought into the breakout there and just left it because this it only starts teasing that middle Bollinger Band January 18th and 19th,
mm,
but other than that, it's not even touching the 20.
mm, mm,
It is, however, it does do like the stock we talked about, where it's almost like a stair-step pattern.
yeah.
You look how the space between the 4 and 8 exponential gets smaller and smaller as the 4 curves round,
Hmm.
and then they merge, and then they break up again, and it becomes bullish again. That's actually happened in 3 phases now from December.
Wow,
So
incredible.
this is one that could continue going up. It doesn't look like that middle Bollinger Band or trend line
Which is
is
interesting because
even being
it's
set.
actually looking to break out of its high here, which
Yeah,
is point. The 52-week high is what 0.0320. We're below that. This is insane.
Yeah, yeah. So that's also something to keep in mind. It might just test
Yeah.
that
Now we're kind
resistance
of
if
high
it
there on
breaks
the
out of it.
yeah, because I do see we're kind of high on the RSI, but we've been high for some time as it's been trading higher.
Yes, yes. And it seems to always go high past 80%, come back down,
Hmm.
and it looks like it's dropping, but then it swings back again,
Hmm.
approaches 80. So this stock is very comfortable being, in the RSI 80
Mm,
region.
mm.
So,
Okay.
so that's what I would say to people. Like, it's almost like when you look at a stock, you're looking at its heartbeat, you're looking at its personality, and you look back at past behavior and say, okay, this stock doesn't like A, B, C, D. This stock likes this. You're really trying to get into the nuts and bolts of the stock and get to know it on a personal basis, especially like with some of these stocks that will get into contention like a lot of these marijuana stocks where they have a run, then they come crashing down, then they have another run. Is you must be able to look at the chart and almost start to preempt these patterns
Mm.
because you've talked about NEWC and
Yeah.
even things like stocks like hemp, where it's like they do have good days. They're not as huge as CBIS or
Mm-hmm.
all the other MJNA, but they'll always test certain levels of support and resistance. So
Mm-hmm.
it's good to study the behavior of a stock, particularly if some traders like to always go back and forth on the same stocks.
Yeah. Also, somebody in the chat room mentioned if the stock was decline. I mean, the volume was declining. Actually, it isn't. What happens is when you start seeing accumulation, especially at the triples, it looks really heavy on the volume because the stock is dirt cheap and people are grabbing a significant amount of shares at one
Right.
time. So as the stock goes up in price, volume looks like it's going down, but the prices get. I mean, the stock of the cost of the stock is getting more expensive, and obviously people
Right.
aren't buying
Right.
as many at one time as they would were buying in the triple. So it
That's
don't
a
let
good
that
point.
fool you when especially when you're talking about stocks that are going from triple zeros to doubles and then eventually to pennies. So yeah, don't let that fool you.
Yeah.
It can kind of fool you that way, make you look like prices is volume is declining, but it's actually the other way around. It's getting more expensive, and people have to adjust what they can buy. All right.
Yep. Yep.
All
Sounds
right.
good. What else do
So
we
let me see here.
have?
Moving on. Somebody bringing up. Let me see. These are a little bit higher price stocks here. Let me see what the CLEG.
The
No, I don't see anything under that. You see anything under?
CLE. No, I
Yeah.
don't.
General
CLEG.
Dynamic. Nah, okay. These are higher price. These are pretty much. These are like options plays. Yeah, the
Okay.
headache. Let's go down to a little bit lower. All right, let's go down. I'm trying to. Options could come later. PIP.
Oh yes.
PIP. This is
Pips.
one that was a nice play for us earlier in the week. Actually, just 3-4 days ago. Do you still like it here at these levels? Obviously, the last 2 days or so. Today was great. Last 2 days weren't the the most friendly for traders, but
Yeah. So
uh,
you had the huge gap down from
yeah.
$3 to $1.13 right now. But looking at yesterday's candle today and today's candle, that could be a bullish tweezer bottom right there because
Hmm.
we are really literally at the bottom of the chart on that. I would and we did have a green day today. Volume's pretty good at 10 million.
Hmm.
I would definitely look to get into this, but notice that we're still on the lower Bollinger Band and we haven't even touched the 4 exponential.
Mm.
There's a huge gap, like you mentioned, the space between the 4 and 8 exponential.
Yeah.
We see here that the 4 exponential is at about 129, 130, and then the 8 is as high as 171. So this stock is really, really big time oversold.
Yeah, and this
And
was
what we
and
want to,
I'm trying to figure out what caused the drop there. If anybody can let me know on PIP what caused that drop. Was it the
Some bad.
split? I think it dividend. Okay, the stock paid a dividend on the 6th or announced a dividend. Uh,
Some bad too.
yeah, I can't find what was
Oh,
the reason.
right aid. There was a slump into Monday's 52-week low club. Um, yeah, something on the 17th came out. Was that? No, not the 17th. The 6th. The 6th of February. There
Let's see.
was there was something about, okay, so dropped 80% Monday to post a 52-week low. Something to do with
Okay.
I can't figure out
Yeah, I
what
can't understand
actually.
why it made it go down, but I do see here the announcement of the dividend had the stock jump up 17% prior to the market's open on Tuesday. So
Yeah,
the market loved that, but I don't understand what made it go down like that. But
and we did have a merge where they merged with Alt Immune
okay,
in an all stock deal, and that was January the 23rd. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
okay,
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe through one of these Form 8K SEC filings. I'm not sure, but that's easy to get into and kind of like figure out what
yeah,
happened.
yeah.
Um,
But
yeah,
overall,
they
no. I
just
mean, at the end of the day, we're still here on the daily chart, still dirt cheap, still RSI below 30. I mean, this thing is just
yes,
still dirt cheap on PIP.
yeah,
And you're trading at less than 1 times earnings. I mean, are you seeing that as well? I'm seeing the companies trading
yeah,
at less than one.
yeah,
I mean, so you're
yeah.
talking about a stock that's dirt cheap here. This is automatic buy all over on PIP.
What's the float on this one?
Yeah, that'd probably be important to find out as well.
Jordan to the crossover. Yes.
Yes, all
Float
day.
on this. Oh, it's 49 million.
Oh,
So
that's still
that's
not
a
too.
bit
That's
high.
yeah, that's not bad
It's
on
not
a.
too bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad when we talk about a stock that's a dollar trading at a dollar, $42 million float, 42 million shares floating. That's actually not too bad on a stock this
Wow, so
cheap.
this stock is really good. Oh, I think it showed up on one of my ultimate scans because these guys have, at least according to Yahoo Finance, 135, 136 million in total cash. I don't think they have debt.
Mm. Oh, are you saying they're debt free?
Yes, and the debt is not, there's an NA on it. So I don't think they have debt.
Let me see
Plus,
here.
and another good key, because always like to go to the fundamentals if I'm worried about like the long-term viability of the stock. According to Yahoo Finance, and you can always check another source, whether it's Finviz or
Yeah.
Benzinga or something like that. But it's 54% held by institutions.
Yeah.
Sorry, 44%. That's not bad.
Yeah. That's
That
it.
so nearly half of this company is owned by institutions. That's actually not bad.
Yeah. That's actually a
And
really
a
really good
short
thing.
percentage of float of 1.2%, that's also not bad.
Let's see here. PIP. Yeah. I mean, if they're
Market cap 71
yeah,
million.
the fact that that would justify trading at a PE less than one. I mean, when you do have very little debt, that would have you trading price to equity that low. So that very
Mhm.
okay, interesting,
Yeah, so
interesting.
this is one, although I don't like talking about this, but if you're a day trader and your day trade doesn't go well, this is one stock you could turn into a swing trade very easily because it looks like a financially sound company, at least from what we see here. And like CERU, this could be up for acquisition very easily because it's a low priced stock. Someone may be interested in buying it. There's always that possibility. So yeah, this is not bad, and it's only held by 2.4% of insiders. Normally, where you sometimes when you have all these companies owned largely by insiders, you're more likely to get a lot of manipulation of that stock. But with the higher the institutional investment in a specific security, the better it is. And with 44% institutional ownership for a $1 stock, that's actually pretty amazing. That's amazing. And I think also if you look at the 52-week high, it's $3.50. So that's actually where the stock, if it starts going back up, that's where it's supposed to, it's supposed to be like the fair price for the stock, higher up in those $2-3 range.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
this is nice. I mean, this is nice. You're looking at a stock that has probably about $2 a share worth of value that can be unlocked. If I pull the chart out a little bit, I see here throughout the year you were actually on an uptrend before whatever caused it to go down like that. But it's slowly working its way higher again. I think this could be an excellent long for somebody. PIP.
yes,
I mean, if
stock skiller said Pitt has options.
yeah, if they're liquid, I mean, if they're liquid, sure, I would take a look at them if they're liquid. Yeah, if you've seen quite a bit of contracts outstanding or participation in those options, then sure. Otherwise, I mean, I would just go ahead and buy the stock. I mean, you're trading at only $1 a share. Why even buy an option and have to worry about delta, theta, all that time, and you just go ahead and buy the stock
This
at
stock is,
$1
yeah.
and
This stock
load
is
up.
really liquid.
Yeah,
It's really liquid. It's got an average of 3.6 million on the 3 months.
yeah,
So, oh yeah, this is a very liquid stock. This is good.
yeah.
I like this one. This could be a long-term play. Even like I don't know with your contracts, you get 6 months or yearly contracts.
Yeah.
You could do something like that.
Not bad, not bad. All right.
Yeah.
So we have Devon bringing up ANTH. ANTH is another stock
Okay.
that late
Yeah.
last year fell through the map here. And okay, let me
Okay.
see here. Look at,
ANTH
I'm looking at the
up
one.
7% today.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 1 week chart.
Okay.
We just cracked end of last December when we fell off the roof there, almost 70 cents lost that week.
Yeah, on the weekly chart, we just need to close above the 4 exponential. We're still pretty far from the 8, which is, about 80. Let's put it at 85 cents. If it gets to 85 cents, it means now it's going to be right on the 8 exponential. So I'm liking this above 85 cents, but that's on the weekly. The daily actually doesn't look too bad. The daily we've actually closed. We're actually slightly above the middle Bollinger Band, so that's good. Looks like we just need to get to about 67, 68 cents to break the upper Bollinger Band. So, and notice like on the daily, the Bollinger Band, we're actually in that channel. We have that constriction of the Bollinger Bands. So yeah, this one's threatening to break out for sure. For sure.
Okay, so you'd actually put this on the stock to watch here. I see here it's
Yes.
been
And
it's stuck
unlike
in this
the
really
others,
skinny trend here for some
unlike the
time.
others, yeah, unlike the others we've seen, we may actually be able to catch this one before it actually breaks that upper Bollinger Band at 67 cents. So if it breaks 67, I would get into this one because it looks like the volume is warming up a little bit. We're still at about 1.4 million, but if we can get to about 2 or 3 million, that would be a good sign. Obviously, in the past, it's gone as high as 25 million. And how far back was that? December the 7th, and a red day where we saw a volume of 17 million. So it still has a long ways to go on volume, but if it can put in a 2 or 3 million volume day, that would be good. It might do that on Monday or sometime early next week. So this is the one to just watch. And then as it breaks, because yesterday we had that doji, and then today it gapped up. So technically you could have gone in today based on that doji, low RSI doji at 32 RSI. You could have gone in today, from yesterday, and we did get a move of the RSI from about 33. It's now at about 39.40, thereabouts. So we do have a slight improvement on RSI, but I think once it breaks that upper Bollinger Band at 67, 68 cents, we should see the RSI, the gradient of that line shoot up a little bit.
All right. And we've got already a really solid list for next week. Stocks we can really, I think, going to look back on and see that there's been some substantial gains on these. Right now I'm looking at Trading Jedi's DNN, looking for a swing trade on Denison Mines. This is a uranium play. Got decent volume.
Up today.
Yeah, up 5%. Where it's still dirt cheap, but working its way higher. It's had a very good last couple weeks. You're actually up almost 30 cents a share since December. So not bad on this stock. You're up almost 100% since the end of last year.
Yeah, this is it's creeping its way up, but sometimes those are the best stocks, the ones that just bit by bit just creeping up, gradually. Because like you said, December you were down at about close to 50 cents. It did go as high as 81 cents, and now it's at 78 cents. So that's a huge, that's pretty good for long-term swing trade. And once again with this one, we do want to see a bit more volume, because I think right now we're at about 640,000, and we want to see it break that upper Bollinger Band. We're actually good in terms of the 4 and 8. We're above both, and obviously above the middle Bollinger Band. So the next mark is going to be just above 80 cents. We want to see it break that 8.
It's so funny you say that, because I have it marked already on my chart at 80. I actually have an alert.
You do?
I have an alert set at 80 cents for DNN. I actually, this is a stock too I've been looking at, and I'll definitely buy that breakout on DNN, because I think the 52-week high is 108. 52-week high is 108. I'm not sure when did it get the 108 though?
I'm showing a 52-week high of 84 cents.
Is it 84? Yeah, okay, man. Because I don't see that the 108 at all. I don't know why TradingView is giving me a 52-week range of 109 actually. But okay, that actually right, because 84. You're right, because I don't see $1 at all in this stock. This stock is actually up. Man, this has been a big move for somebody in 2016. So
once again, this is a decent stock. Total cash 12.5 million, no debt. The float is huge though, 472 million in the float.
Oh man,
that's a huge float. But I mean, that's okay. That's okay. We're still good on all the other parameters. And this explains why the stock moves so systematically slow, but it's slow and steady. The good thing is that the average 3-month volume is only 900,000. So if we can get to if we can get to 900,000, that would be good. That would be the first milestone. If it crosses a million, then we're golden. It just needs to, I feel it needs to, be more in the closer to the 2 million range where relative volume will be about 2, and that would be good. 2 and above is decent.
Somebody was saying that the uranium will go higher because of talks of war. I just can't
Oh,
even.
yeah,
Let's not even go there with war talks. I mean, talk about
yeah.
can America even afford another war? I mean, seriously, I don't want to change the subject too much here. We're going to pull up another stock, but man, I just send more heroes to die for nothing. If anything starts now under Trump, it's for nothing. It's just like George W. is absolutely for nothing. We'll look back at it and we'll say, okay, look at the 3,000 or 4,000. How many other people died? What did they die for? Absolutely nothing. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you'd rather, and that's the problem I have where I don't think there's a budget on defense. I think defense is like one thing where people don't share what the
They
budget
don't care
is.
what the budget is.
And
It's
yeah, yeah.
whatever money that we're willing to spend, so I can get a contract, and my small buddy here can get a contract, and we can get all
Right.
rich on the back of these young,
Halliburton,
poor,
all those
white,
guys.
black, and Mexicans who go and die for quote unquote our country, and while everybody gets rich back home. I mean, you can look. I think CNBC did something on these defense contract millionaires. These people who
Yeah.
weren't shit, and then just after the Iraq War, they're driving around in Bentleys and all that kind of crap. And I think there was a movie on it, right? There was a movie recently that a bunch of guys who made a killing on the Iraq War. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh, right, right.
it's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
sad,
yeah.
really
Yeah.
sad. Anyway,
I mean, Dick Cheney, there wasn't Dick Cheney on the board of Halliburton back
oh
in the
yeah,
day.
oh yeah, yeah.
He made tons of
Oh,
money.
all those guys made a killing on that board. If you were on the board of Halliburton during the Iraq War, I know you made a
Yeah.
killing on it. No, you made a killing on it.
And this is where, I mean, I don't know what your opinion, Sal, is, but like these defense weapons like stocks, ethically, do you trade them? I know they're expensive, like the Raytheons and the
Yeah, nope,
Honeywell.
nope. I do not trade any stocks that are in the business of harming people, and all of those defense stocks are all in the business of harming people, particularly people of color. Because when we're
You
talking about
could, well,
America, no, I'm
well,
just being honest. America creates,
yeah.
these ammunitions and to hurt people of color. I mean, we're not going to go attack
Yeah.
Germany. We're not going to go war with Russia. We're not going to go to. So who are we going to go after? Arabs and
Okay, so
Somalis. You know what I'm talking
So
about. So yeah,
question, Sal. So the stocks that hurt people. So here in Phoenix, actually, a company we're all familiar with, people of color, Taser International.
yeah.
Would you invest money in Taser?
No,
Taser is
because
like
fuck the
what?
police.
A
No, absolutely.
$27 stock.
Fuck the police. I'm 100%. No, dude, I
Uh,
don't know nothing like this, man. That's going to again, because we don't have a fair judicial system. Then no, I wouldn't put any money in something like this. But again, if somebody called them and say, "What do you think about it?" By all means, let's look at it. And by the way, the chart looks wonderful
yeah, the chart is
on this
wonderful. I was
stock,
about to
but
say
it's
that.
not going to be
I
something
was
that I'm
about
going to
to
put my
say that.
money in. Of course not, because I
Yeah.
understand how these companies make their money, and it's not on fairness. It's on, hey, let me get this contract so this community here can be oppressed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
private
Yeah,
prisons
so I
and
mean, we all have to draw the line somewhere.
somewhere.
You
Everybody's got to
can't
have
just,
a
yeah.
line somewhere. CCX, I think CCX is that. Is it CC? What's that private prison company? I can't remember. I think it's
Uh,
C.
and actually, my brother is a lawyer out in Florida. He
mm,
works for prison. So he was saying now with Trump in power, he's going to be looking at investing in prison stocks.
Yeah, see prison stock because dude, if
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
can give me that ticker to that prison stock, I'll show you. I'll show you what the ticker did the day after he was elected. I think it's actually up now. What's the
Yeah,
name of that fucking
maybe.
private prison stock, dude? What's the? Let
Yeah,
me
I
see
can't
here.
remember it.
Let me see here. We're gonna find that real quick because now it's gonna bother me that I private prison
But
stock
that would have been a great swing trade
CCA. Okay,
from the ninth.
is it CCA? No. What's I know it's CCA, but what's their ticker though? CXW. CXW, and then yeah, the Geo Group. So if I go back to
Yeah, the chart looks
look at
beautiful.
that,
I'm sorry.
look at this chart. This is a private prison, dude. Look at this chart, and
Oh
then
my
sure
God!
enough, don't get me wrong, it was kind of higher than expected under Obama, but they weren't doing that great under Obama. Uh,
Wow.
but look at since Trump was
Yeah, did
elected,
you see the
it's
gap
right
up?
in,
The
yeah,
gap up.
the gap up right
The gap
after he
up a
got elected.
day after the
The day
election,
after
and
election,
it's
the
and
stock
it
goes
hasn't
up.
gone down since. It's trending up all the
So what
way
does that
from.
tell you, bro? What does that tell you? These are
Yeah, that
people who are
scares me
invested
actually.
in the idea of the imprisonment of others. You know what I'm saying? Or invested
Yeah,
in the idea of incarcerating
this is
people for
nuts.
private. That's as a libertarian, that's a violation of of economy of personal freedom. You know what I'm saying? The idea that somebody can have a business off the entrapment of someone else's rights.
Well,
It's
at
crazy.
least Sal, we're both objective because while we hate this type of stock, we are saying it's a beautiful chart. So
Yeah,
we are being objective about it, even though we wouldn't personally get into
yeah. I mean, these. I wish nothing but hell for anybody who puts their money in businesses like this. Seriously, I hope your children end up in one of these private prisons if you put money in
it. This is
institutions like this.
crazy.
Yeah, seriously.
Wow,
You know
wow,
that you want to
wow. Yeah,
profit
this
off.
scares me. This
Yeah,
is scary.
it's scary. It is absolutely scary, man. That we live in a country where people can privatize prison. You know what I mean? That means, how do you cut costs for living in a prison? I mean, do I'm going to feed you less than 3 times a day. I'm going to give you cheaper clothes. I'm not going to educate you. I mean, how do you profit off that? You know what I'm saying? How do you say that I
Yeah.
can do that business better than the government can do it? What's your how? What are you talking about? Are you giving
And
your
you know
workers
what?
less
Here's the
benefits? Are you it's just sick. It's absolutely sick.
Okay, so this is a kicker right here. So as the prison stock went up on the 9th of February, the gun stock, so Smith& Wesson SWHC, gapped down and it has trended down since because Donald Trump was going to require less regulations with firearms so people don't have the need to buy guns, and so gun sales are down, and so the stock is down. Would you short this based
Smith
off
and
of that?
Wesson. What's that
Yes.
ticker again?
SWHC.
SWHC. I don't know why it's not pulling up for me.
So S as in Samantha,
Uh huh.
W as in white, H as in hospital,
Uh huh.
C as in chemistry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so 9th of November, huge gap down from $27. It closed at 24, which is big for these
Hmm.
high-priced companies. And then, yeah, it's pretty
Are
much
you guys getting
trended
some?
on
Are you
the.
guys getting some under SWHC? I swear I'm not getting anything under
You're
SWHC.
not getting? Sure?
Smith and sometimes you can type in
Yeah,
the
it's
name.
Smith and Wesson, Smith and Wesson Holding Group. It's Nasdaq SWHC.
Okay. Hold on.
It's showing up on my chart.
Let me see here. Smith and Wesson. Yeah, I mean, okay. American Outdoor Brands. Yeah, it's saying chart unavailable.
Oh wow,
Yeah, I'm
that's
not.
that's
I'm not pulling
interesting.
anything under.
Well, ultimately, this did a reversal on the prison stocks. So that's also pretty interesting to note. Anyone wants Trump stocks?
Yeah, I'm pulling up
Inverse
some.
and bearish and bullish Trump stocks. There's right there. Bullish on prisons, bearish on firearms.
Yeah, how about RGR? Yeah, okay. RGR very similar.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
RGR Ruger. Uh,
Yeah. I know that one. Same
Ruger.
thing. Gap
Okay, so
down.
yeah, this is a stock that's moving down because obviously under Republicans, it's going to be easier to buy guns, lower prices because it's going to be flooded with guns, and it's so funny because just before the election, a lot of people who are into guns will tell you that when the signs were looking like Hillary would win, gun prices were just
People were
going off the
buying
roof.
guns.
Oh, people were buying guns like crazy. In fact, you can see it in the stock from what was that
Yep.
September all the way till the day of the election. I mean, the stock went up almost what is that? Almost $10 a share.
Yeah, I
So
mean, worse with the school shootings, the
yeah,
gun stocks would always go up. I
sure.
mean, and that's the sad reality of the world we live in.
Yeah. So then after his election, I mean, gun stocks are garbage now. I mean, anybody can buy a gun now, and nobody's going to obviously come after you for it. Uh,
Right,
you know,
right.
yes indeed.
But those are interesting. I mean, the better Trump stocks are like construction. Steel's been up. Have you noticed?
Yeah,
Steel's
steel.
doing
Yeah,
pretty
steel's
good.
steel's doing good. When steel. My favorite steel stock is X, United States
X.
Steel Corporation. This
Mm-hmm.
is a this has been a beautiful Trump stock. You're up almost what is that? Almost $20 a share. You're up almost
Wow.
$20 a share since the election of Donald Trump. And when you talk about United States
you
Steel, and not only
you know
crazy,
what's
I
you
mean, just
know
look
what's
at the
funny
1 year
though,
chart too.
Sal?
The year chart too. I think for the year you're up over almost 400%. But yeah, go ahead, Bats. Hey, Bats, you there? Bats.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, yeah, there you are.
Okay. I said, you know what's funny with these steel stocks? Because one interpretation could be you need steel to build prisons, and so the steel's being used to build all those jail cells.
Oh
That's why
man,
the
that that's that's
prisons are going up.
that's very well. I mean, I'm hoping that it's going into building some new roads and buildings and airports and things like that. I mean,
Right,
that's where I'm hoping that this is going to lead. But every day is something scarier coming out of this administration. But
right.
again, we this situation that came down with this judgment against him, and then he tweets out, "See you in court," and I mean, just it's man.
You got to
But
think the Hillary's thing was funny, where she just posted 3-0. That's all she tweeted yesterday,
yeah,
and it's been getting a lot of views. She didn't say anything else. She just tweeted 3-0,
yeah, well, yep.
and
That's
people were just cracking up by that. Like that
yeah.
was, the shortest tweet, but it had so many people talking about it.
Yeah, sad to say, but again, he did announce that we're going to be getting some kind of tax plan next week. I'm bullish on financials for the next 2.5 weeks until that plan comes
Okay,
out.
okay,
My only
okay,
fear is that financials are up so high that whatever he comes up with could be already in the price. Now, that's kind
right.
of what I saw that happened in Nvidia. Even though they crushed earnings, I felt like the gain was already in the price and it dropped back down. So I'm thinking,
Right.
any kind of pullback, the stocks that have led us into these huge gains will obviously lead us back down. When I look at Bank of America, okay, sideways day today for Bank of America,
Okay.
and we have been trending a little sideways in Bank of America. So that's the stock I'm using as a gauge when we talk about financials. But again, this
Okay. Okay.
announcement that's supposed to be coming here in the next 2 weeks, I want to say 2 to 3 weeks, should be something interesting. I don't know if we'll be able to break through these trends. We're already up really, really big. I mean,
Yeah. Once
in a lot
again,
of these.
BofA likes to trade these Bollinger Bands, the upper and lower, using it as a price channel.
Yeah.
So you could basically just swing this, up to the top in the 23s, short it to the 22 or 21 area. It's just like almost like a $2 range right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Do people still want me on, or can we go on? Like, what's everyone's sentiment, or have someone
Yeah.
else
Well,
call?
no, we'll keep going, man. We'll keep going. I think everybody's
Okay,
in here.
okay.
We'll keep
Is
going. And
everyone okay with? Okay.
and Bats, are you stressed for time right now? Because I was figuring we
No,
probably
no,
go.
no, no, no.
Okay,
I think I can do another 15 to 30 minutes,
okay.
maybe.
All right. Let's knock it
Yeah.
out then. Let's go ahead and knock it out. So,
Okay.
MYHI. Somebody brought out MY. Okay,
I
MY.
love that one. Love it.
Mountain
Love
High
this one.
Acquisitions. I'm on the daily chart here. What do you like about this? This one looked bearish for some time as it crossed
Okay.
the 4, then the 8. Now it's finding its way back up.
Yeah, the why I like it is that now it's on a bullish reversal pattern. So, day before yesterday, where we had a red candle on the 8th, that was followed by bullish engulfing signal to the 4 exponential. Now we've crossed the 4 exponential. We teased the 8, didn't close at the 8. But what we do want to see is on Monday or Tuesday, if it crosses for, let's say, 47, 47 cents, then that's clearly confirmation that we're now on a bullish trend, at least with respect to the 4 and 8. On the middle Bollinger Band, we're still in an uptrend, so that's fine. But you could have had a perfect short of this on about the 2nd of February, where the 4 crossed under the 8, and you could have made, from 70 cents, you could have traded that all the way down, to 23 cents, 24 cents. So that could have given you a very good gain right there, just a 5 or 6 day short. That would have been good.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice play for somebody. Obviously, a little bit too cheap to. But I know there are a lot of people who
Right.
do love, shorting these little 80, 90 cent stocks. If you got interactive brokers, you can definitely do that. But nice move there, MYHI. But you think that this looks like it's going to possibly touch
Yeah, I
the
mean,
20-day moving average here?
yeah. Look at the chart. Look at today's volume.
No.
Look at yesterday's volume with
No.
that bullish engulfing signal on the daily chart.
Mm.
Volume is at close to 6 million, and 6 million is way above the average volume. Let me see what the average volume is quickly. MYHI. 1 second. Yeah, the average. Okay, the average volume is 1.9 million. And
Okay.
where did I say we were? Okay, yeah, so we're good. 1.9, let's say 2 million. We're at probably yesterday we were at a relative volume of 3, which
Okay.
is good. 3 times the average is yesterday, and even today we're still twice the average. And notice, like I said, the bullish engulfing signal from yesterday today was confirmed with the gap up, with an uptrending candle. So you really could have gotten right at the open today, because it actually opened above the 4 exponential moving average. And then, of course, the upper wicket did pass through the 8, but it failed to close at or above the 8 exponential moving average. So I could see this easily Monday, Tuesday going at least to the middle Bollinger Band at about 56, 57 cents, and then retest those highs, at 76 to, well, 76 would be one resistance at the top, or 76, 78, and then further up at 87. So this thing still has a long ways to go. You could make a solid 40-cent gain on this come next week. If it retraces that path, that's where we would see this stock before the end of next week at least at 80, I would say 80 cents.
Oh wow, that would be a huge move for where we are right now at 40. We're looking at almost 100%
Yeah, this
gain.
is a beautiful chart. This is a beautiful chart. The volume is very strong, even though we're still in the Bollinger Band and we're still in that bullishly expanded Bollinger Band. This clearly is a reversal. I mean, you can clearly see it on the 4 and the 8 exponential. It just needs to get to that middle Bollinger Band, like I said, at 57 cents. And once it's there, I mean, if it gaps up again next week past about 46 cents, which is the 8 exponential, so just 2 cents away from here, I would get in immediately. I wouldn't even hesitate here.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because and look at the RSI. We're coming from an RSI once again of 38, 39. The RSI is still 49 or 50. So this has a long ways to go
Man, this was a
before
beautiful.
before it touches the 80 RSI, and the 80 RSI is right at 80 cents.
This was
So that's where I would expect it to go, to 80 cents.
Man, this was a beautiful play for somebody too. I mean, it started out at what 4 cents a share. You got to a high of 70 cents. I mean,
Yeah,
wow, what a
that is nuts. That
this
is
was a
nuts.
great beginning of the year play for somebody.
I
Nice
mean,
move.
4 cents to 80. 4 cents to 80. What is that? A 20-fold increase?
Oh man, it's something ridiculous that I'd love to have right now.
20,000 off a $1,000 investment.
Man.
That's pretty impressive.
All right, let's go.
Well,
Let's probably do two more here. Uh,
okay.
PZG. What is that? PZG.
PG.
PZG. Paramount Gold. This is a gold play. Gold's been doing
Oh
all
no,
right. Let me
this
see.
one closed at $2.09. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, pretty good. So this one fits my criteria. Upper Bollinger Band breach.
Hmm.
Would have wanted to catch it maybe a bit earlier, maybe in the 188
Yeah.
mark, but this is still good as long as as long as the next day is green, because it looks like it closed at 209. Looking at the next highs beyond that from September, yeah, from looking at the month of September, looks like the highs that were reached, we could easily get to 225 ish
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
So that would be at least a 15. Is that correct? Is my math right? 15-cent gain. At least in the near future, we could easily make a 15-cent gain. But then we have an even higher mark. If we look back in July of last year, we did
Mm,
reach a high of about 280, 285, let's
yeah.
say. So we
Yeah.
could actually gain, at least if it continues up, we could gain as much as 75 cents on this.
What is the
It just
float?
depends.
The float on this must be very very low for the fact that it's moved the way it has.
Uh,
Let me see here. Float, yeah, 11.9 million shares according to Yahoo
okay,
Finance.
that's
Well, that explains
yeah.
why it is very does spike like that. A nice move. It looks like when you do get some growing volume here, it can definitely move. And being that it's low float, that captures a lot of people's attention.
And what we're doing actually helps, because now we're doing both fundamental and technical analysis. I think we should. I would recommend we just get into the habit of doing that. Like when we discuss stocks, we look at the technical pattern, but then we also look at the fundamentals as well, because that's going to be really helpful going into the stock, and we might pick up something that might be interesting.
Hmm.
So this one, total cash is not bad, 3.7 million, no debt. Um, that's a good amount. I guess 3.7 million could do with a bit more cash wise, but
Yeah.
it's good that they're debt free. Held by insiders, they do have more insiders holding the stock than institutional ownership. So
Hmm.
institutional ownership is roughly at 9%, and then held by insiders is almost double that, 14.3%. So that may not be a good thing, but percentage short of float is only 0.79.
Hmm.
So that means people, there's no one, gagging to short this stock, which is good, which actually suggests that, it's still relatively at a good price to where people think that, there is some stability implied
Hmm.
by the fact that there's no high short interest in this. So this is not bad.
Yeah, and also you're actually in this one you're below book value too by almost 50%. I mean, for those of you guys who trade
Oh,
on book
right,
value, this is a stock that if you take the company's assets minus its liabilities, it's actually going very very cheap right now at 209. I'm looking at a book value
right. Okay.
$4.28 per share. So not bad on
Yeah.
that one. So Paramount Gold Corp (PZG), if it can start doing some things here, we'll see what happens. Especially if we continue to see gold slowly creep its way, higher.
So now that makes a total of three stocks we found, low price stocks that are pretty good with
Yeah.
good technicals. DNN was the other one, and PIP was the other one.
Hmm.
All right, I think maybe we can do one more.
Yeah. One more stock here. Then we'll wrap it up here. Let's look at Bovash APRI. Let's see what APRI looks like here. Now this is
AP. Oh yes, this one I tried to trade it. This had a similar pattern to MYOS or MYOS
hmm
with a huge spike, I guess a few weeks ago, and then I wanted to trade it as because I talked about the bull pennant or the bull flag where you get the post of the flag and then it back traces
hmm
and does consolidation and then it does a bullish reversal out of that out of those lows,
hmm
and that's called a bull pennant or a bull flag. And it almost did that back in February the 2nd. Looked like it was going to break out. You could even have said the 31st of July could have been a false breakout. It didn't happen, but now it actually looks like it is actually going back up.
Now this is a stock that they put out news yesterday that the
Okay.
company had gotten an extension from Nasdaq to continue listing, but at $2, why would they have to do that? Uh,
Is it because I know there's the $1 minimum, so clearly this isn't that.
yeah, it wasn't that.
Is it a market cap Is it a market cap rule?
I'm trying to figure out
Because
why it
what is the
it had little to no effect on the stock. Let me see here.
Yeah, because I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
Just
what
that.
what the reason for that was, but it had no effect
But
basically on the stock at all. It's so funny because that's a situation I'm looking to hopefully happen in PED, but APRI
okay.
looks like it's doing just fine.
Um, the the float is pretty low. It's 4.7 million. Um, there doesn't seem to be information on Yahoo Finance about percentage held by insiders or institutions.
Hmm.
Maybe it's still updating. I don't see information on that, at least on Yahoo Finance. But total cash, they have 5.6 million. Total debt, 7.37. So they're slightly in the negative on their balance sheet,
All right.
just slightly.
There it is. And what I mean for the future, it's so far. I mean, you're looking pretty good, right? And just sitting on that four,
Yes,
not too bad on that
yeah.
PRI for the future there.
Yeah, 52 week high is $4.07, 52 week low 26 cents. So we're kind of halfway between the 52 week range,
Hmm.
somewhere halfway there, just over halfway. But yeah, I mean, going back to the chart, this looks like it's going to retest the highs from the the 18th of January. So
Hmm.
look, definitely it should retest the 288 ish,
Hmm.
$2.88, and maybe today it actually did flirt with the upper Bollinger Band at about 314, 315. So maybe it will actually go through the upper Bollinger Band and then retest that high, that very big upper wick that it made on the 18th, and that high was, what was that high? That high was and
$4, yeah.
seven.
Four
Yeah,
four oh
and that
seven or
was a
so.
huge day for volume. That was 51 million. Volume, I'd like to see more volume because it's only currently at 1.7, 1.3, sorry, 1.3 million. Definitely should get more volume. But
Hmm.
even looking back at the chart, that volume might actually be a lot better than most of the other days. Let me see what the average volume is here. Okay, average volume for this is 1.27.
Okay.
So it's slightly above the average volume. So we want to see it at least go to 1.5 or 2 times the average volume. That would be good. So if it can go to about 2.5 million would be good.
Mm.
Round about there, 2.5 to 3 million would be good.
All right, man. Bad scientist, thank you so much. Another, absolutely incredible session. I mean, we
Thank
got.
you.
I mean, we're looking at well over 10 stocks here. That we're going into next week now with a greater understanding of where we can make some money off these. And again, is just incredibly grateful to you because it's been changing the way I trade, man. Now I'm looking at the
Yeah,
daily
yeah.
charts like more than ever. I've never looked at daily charts. I've never studied candlesticks as much as I have in the last 2 days.
Yep.
But very grateful for you, man. Again, you can always call back, come in anytime. Would love to have you next week as well. But really
Okay, yeah, I
appreciate it,
can
man.
call one of the days for sure. We can schedule something.
Yeah,
I just wanted to give people a few of my picks.
yeah. Go ahead.
Notice independent oil stocks were trickling up. We've got Seadrill, SDRL, and we've got Orig, we've got BCIE. These are all familiar stocks to most of us who've traded oil and gas. These stocks are definitely look like they're making a comeback
Mm-hmm.
from the oversold position. So the first one is SDRL.
Mm-hmm.
S for Samantha, D as in dog, R as in Robert, L as in lion, SDRL, and it looks like it's coming from the oversold position in the $1.70 area. It's now just crossed the 8 exponential, and it closed at 192. So it's slowly recovering. Looks like on the upside it could go as high as in the 350s even.
Mm-hmm.
It's currently now at 192. Same thing for Orig, O as in orange, R as in Robert, I as in indigo, G as in girl.
Mm-hmm.
This one again is it's had a good 3 day run. Not very big gains for each day, but it's slowly putting in higher highs and higher lows, looking really good. Just crossed the 4 exponential, is threatening to hit the 8 exponential on Monday. So it closed at 118. If it can cross 124, 125, then the trend looks good. Volume is also not too bad. So that's Orig. Then the other one is BCEI. and that's B as in boy, C as in chameleon, E as in elephant, I as in India. Another oil stock, and this one has crossed both the 4 and 8 exponential. Closed at $2.33 with an upside to about $3. So I can see that as long as these oil stocks are keeping the trend, there's money to be made here. And then I think I might have a couple of OTC plays.
Okay.
There were a lot. There were a lot. The other one we've already covered. That was Macau, MKAU. I have that one on my watch list.
Yep,
But there were others that look. There was one particular one that I may not be able to find during this meeting, but well, I think we have enough stocks for now. I was just kind of flipping through to see what I have.
I'm looking at trying to see
oh,
if I can
this, yeah.
pull up some oil stocks. I can't. Well, I think
Okay.
oil. I think it's that energy, right? Yeah, that's under energy.
Yes, yes.
And
Basic materials.
okay, yeah, they all doing pretty well. Looks like they
Yep.
all been doing pretty well lately here on when we talk about oil.
Yeah, correct. And yeah, we did actually cover a few OTCs. MYHI, which we talked about just now. That one also, like Macau, looks good. I have that on my watch list, but then again, my watch list has about like 30 stocks because literally I went to the OTC Markets website and I combed through the entire OTC list that they had and looked for every stock that was above at least like 5% that had a decent chart. So my OTC chart list is crazy. I think I've got like 30, 40 stocks just from the OTC. But obviously I'll need to slim this one down. But definitely MYHI and the MKAU, which we discussed, is in there. There's one, I think it's ONOV.
Okay.
Let me see if that's the
Also,
one.
you might want to look at TGA too. TGA just caught my eye. Had a really good
Which
day
one?
today.
PGA?
Yeah, Tom,
Uh-huh.
Greg,
Uh-huh.
Adam.
Okay,
TGA,
TGA.
Trans Globe Energy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is one candlestick pattern we kind of touched
Yeah,
on,
we touched
but
on that.
not really discussed. This is the most powerful candlestick chart. A red candle previous day, gap up green candle. This is called a bullish kicker signal, and it's literally it's like you're kicking. You're changing direction. We were down yesterday on this one on the lower Bollinger Band. Today it opened above both 4 and 8, blew through the middle Bollinger Band, and is just within an stone's throw from the upper Bollinger Band. So when sentiment changes 180 degrees like this, almost imagine you're walking east and then you turn around and walk west. That's a total reversal in trader sentiment. So either some news came out
Oh
because
man, you hit
for
it
a
right on
bullish
the nail.
ticker signal.
You hit it right on
Okay,
the nail,
okay,
Bats, because
okay.
at 8:30 this morning they released news that they signed a $75 million crude prepayment
Oh,
agreement.
there we go.
So
There we go.
that's huge for a company that I don't even think has 75 million in the bank right now. So for them to be able to get that straight to the bottom line was huge for them. TGA is the ticker on that one. I
Yeah, and
think
the
this could be a
volume
multiple day
and
situation
the
too.
and the volume is as high as it's been like for a while. So, um, you know, I think it was what's today's volume 400,000. That's not bad considering it's had low days as low as 45,000.
Yeah.
So this is very good. We want to see obviously this break above the upper Bollinger Band. RSI wise, we're still low, like 50, 56, 57. We're still really low. So we want to see this at close today at 179. We definitely want to see it test about the 190s. Maybe you can round that up to about $2. But definitely going off the highs from, let me see, August and September, early August and September of last year, this thing could easily go up to about 220, 215 to 220 from 179 right now. So that could give you a good close to 40-cent gain from where it is right now. So this is good. And like I said, that bullish kicker signal, that's apparently the most powerful candlestick chart you could ever, or signal that exists. So always look for those bullish kicker signals, and then you can also get a bearish kicker signal if it's like, at the top of a chart, you start off with a green candle and then it gaps down and has a red day. That would be a bearish kicker signal. And that obviously is like most pharmaceutical companies. When they fail clinical trials, you'll typically get a bearish kicker signal when the stock drops 60 or 70%.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, cool.
All right, Bats. I don't want to hold you any longer because I know you can go as long as all of us in here. So again, man, thank you.
I could go until 6 in the morning.
Well, yeah,
I've done that before.
I've done that
I'm
many
looking at
times. Right, I've done that many times. So thank you so much, man. I'm so grateful for you. We've got a ton of tickers to look over, and again, Bats, we'll definitely schedule something where we can kind of do this maybe once or whatever works with your schedule.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Man.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Sal. Keep the good work up, and yeah, I guess we'll see each other next week.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, man.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Bad Scientist, man, dropping so much heat. I mean, my brain is just like overwhelmed right now, My brain is overwhelmed. I mean, how do we even go from here? So compared to all the tickers we've looked at, absolutely incredible. Let me see here if you guys can see these. Huge moves. These are energy plays. Let me see if you guys can see them nice and clearly. Probably. If I can. I usually do this before the show. You guys probably can't see them that clear. But yeah, I don't know if you guys can see them that clear at all. But looking at some of these plays, man. They're trying to squeeze as many as I can in here without killing you guys' eyes. Some of them are OTC, some of them aren't. Oil and gas. I mean, we got a few oil and gas plays that look really interesting. The one TGA we just caught those. But let me see here. Any other ones before we wrap up the show? Obviously, we like good volume, right? Before we even look into it, does it have good volume? GTE. What do we have right there on GTE? Grand Tierra Energy. This is Amex play. All right. Last candle looks like it's above the 20-day moving average, but it's a red candle. Not verifying a lot of information. We're still low on the RSI here, so I think Bats would agree this is at least one to watch. GTE, Grand Tierra Energy. It's really interesting to see why energy is running. I know we had the whole situation out west with the pipeline. But where are we right now in crude? Because the crude has got to be doing something with it. And yes, crude has been running aggressively lately, as we can see here in crude. It's been a very, very strong several days in actually day in crude. It's been a very strong day in crude. In fact, here since we jumped up almost 52 cents a gallon to start the morning. Got to a high. It was almost over $1.80 by mid-afternoon. So that's changed a lot of things in crude. So crude has got to be one you got to be looking at towards next week. So you might want to pull out some oil and gas. But the ones that bad scientists gave us are good. They're all good. They all look really, really, really good. Really, really, really good. All right. Bad Science is putting in that work. Yes, sir, Dre. You can tell he puts in a lot of work. I posted the article he gave us from Stephen Bigelow, the 12 most important candlesticks. That was posted in the Discord room. That has been posted in the Discord room. You can go over there and check that out and download that. 12 most important, candlesticks to follow. Stephen Bigelow actually has a video on it on YouTube. It's through Metastock. I think if you actually type in Stephen Bigelow, he comes up. In fact, I'll put that in the high profit trades through candlestick breakout patterns. Yeah, this is it right here. And let me go ahead and get that for you guys here. Let me see here. Because I've already reviewed it. Really, really great stock. Really, really great video. You guys should definitely check that out. Here's the Metastock. Here's the Metastock video for him on that one. And he also gives you some really great moving averages to use. I've already plotted them on the chart as well. But I mean, this is, this has changed every way that I've been trading. You guys know I was really kind of stuck on 5 minute, 15, 30, maybe the hourly, but never in my mind would I have looked at using candlesticks. Because I remember we've given some candlestick stuff out there, but I never really took the time to really, really get into it. And the Steve Neeson stuff we looked into, Steve Neeson is more like Forex oriented, so you kind of got lost with that. So now finding Stephen Bigelow, who's all about the equities, now it actually starts to make sense because he breaks it down in a way you really do understand it. You really do understand it. We also gave out candlesticks for dummies. That torrent, we gave out the torrent yesterday. Everybody should have downloaded. That's a really great book, by the way, too. That's a really, really great book, Candlesticks for Dummies. Hopefully you guys downloaded that. In fact, let me see if I can pick that out before we post it one more time before we get up out of here. Candlesticks for Dummies. Candlestick charting for dummies. All right, goes over really all the basics you need to learn. Goes over the basics you need to learn for candlestick charting because it works better for a lot. It works good for OTCs as well as the higher price. Obviously, it's more accurate on the higher price stuff because you got a lot more liquidity and the prices is you can depend on the prices a lot better when you've got huge volume. Whereas we're talking about stocks that can be manipulated, unfortunately, when we talk about OTC plays. All right. So join us in the Discord room. I'm sure there'll be people in there all weekend. My brain is just like, oh my God. I mean, do you guys feel the same way? I hope it's not just me, but I just feel like we've gone through a lesson that you guys know. There's some guys, that lesson we just gave out in the last 2.5 hours. Guys would charge $500, $600 for what we just did. We did it absolutely free, but that's why we're hands down the best channel on YouTube right now that's giving people great opportunities to learn how to do this and to learn how to trade, to learn how to put themselves in a position to make some money in the markets. I mean, that's all we want to do. I'm not, sometimes I feel like I'm the only guy who out here who really does make a living on what he's saying he does. I just feel like so many other people get the praise, but they're selling their information, regurgitated information that I can do. I can put together some shit and sell it for, $80. I'd probably undercut everybody. I'd sell it for like $49.99. Because that's how I like to do my business. Make it on the volume. But with that being said, man, again, Bad Scientist, so grateful for you to share your knowledge with us. Huge, huge, huge thank you to you. But yeah, man, a lot of people out here ripping people off, man. Seriously ripping people off. With what they're charging you guys to learn how to trade. That you can get here at this channel. You can get it so many other YouTube channels that will give you the game for free of charge, no monthly fee required. I've told you guys, I still have his affiliate link because I know at the end of the day some of you guys are going to buy it. You know what I mean? So sure, go to millionairetradingacademy.com if you want Tim Stike stuff. Go through a brother, let a brother get a cut. You know what I'm saying? But if not, I got his DVDs. Most of you guys in here already got his DVDs. You can just straight up start learning from there. And then take what you've learned here on the show and then create your own situation, your own formula, your own way of trading. Nobody says you got to follow everybody word to word. Everybody kind of takes little things from here, from that guy, from this guy, from that guy to make it yours. You know what I mean? That's what it is, man. Come back, watch my shows. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, Dre. Yeah. It's a love and hate. It's a love and hate thing with him because, as I said, calls himself the millionaire teacher, but I mean, I didn't see no Ferrari until you started selling those courses. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see a Ferrari until you started selling those courses. Now you don't trade at all. Nobody really knows how good you are anymore. So, again, I go back and forth with him, but I can't hate on the teacher because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here. Your boy was broke, living in an apartment. Y'all saw that wasn't even an apartment. That was basically a laundry room. If you can go back in some of my videos, the sink was actually one of those sinks where if you have a washer and if you didn't have an outlet to put the water out through the hose, you actually put it in that kind of sink. It was like one of those laundry room sinks. So that's kind of where I started out, man, and I just was hungry, like so many of you guys in here, just hungry for the knowledge, hungry to learn. You telling me that we can wake up every day and have an opportunity to become rich every single day, to have the opportunity to make a trade that can change your life? You telling me I can do that, and all I have to do is read and learn and just be a little bit, curious? No employees, no GPA check, no background check, no nothing. You apply for a broker account. They don't even ask your race. They don't ask you. Just your basic information. And they get you started. And every single morning, Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 4, to be able to put yourself in front of a computer and have a possibility of getting a bag every single day. Sure, you're gonna lose. Sure, losing comes with winning. You gotta lose to win. I'll take that. I'll take losing if I'm gonna get the opportunity to win. I don't understand how everybody ain't into this. Because I've said it many times on this show. I did it all, man. I did it all. I A to Z. After high school, went into the military, graduated, high school, top 25, went to college, graduated, did it all. I think brother couldn't find a job. I've told you guys many times I was getting offers to work in the mailroom at some, because I wanted to be a municipal bond trader. Municipal bonds are tax-free instruments where I would, hopefully end up at a bank and I travel all through America helping these cities raise money for projects. It's a great way because these financial firms, they partner with cities. So you get to travel and, meet all these little communities that are trying to raise money for all these little things, dealing with high net worth clients who are looking for ways to stack their money up. I said, man, I could do that shit. I've been in sales. You don't have to be good at math. You just have to be good with people. I go into all these banks. I mean, I sit in there. Well, I'm sorry, sir. Unfortunately, blah, blah, blah. Well, look, man, I think I like your energy. I think, you got a great head on your shoulders. But right now, just a bunch of bullshit excuses. And I knew at the bottom of my heart that I was better than all those people in that room. And if I wasn't good enough, I was hungry enough to study to be as good as them. Ended up wasting over $7,000 sitting in New York for, 7 months. Ended up on one of my homeboys' couch, surfing on the internet, how to make money online. And I came across Tim Sykes, and that was it. That was it. So, to all the people who are listening to me right now, man, put in the work, because I sometimes I go back to some of my old videos, man, and there were people laughing at me, people calling me all kind of names. There's people till today think I'm a fraud. Till today, I'm like, damn, homie, like I done put in this many years on YouTube. You done seen the come up, and you still don't understand how hungry I am. That's a damn shame. You still don't understand. This is, one of my favorite CDs is called The Documentary. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to document it. So when it happens, when I hit the mill, people are, oh, damn, that's how you did it. Oh, shit, okay. Yeah, look at all them episodes. Yeah, okay. That's all we own. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, man. And I appreciate y'all for coming with me and watching and trying to get this bag with me and sharing information and bat scientists and all the other people who call up. This is what it is, man. Because if I don't get this right, then I got to go back to work for Mr. Charlie, and I ain't going back to work for Mr. Charlie. Fuck that shit. Telling me how to come in and, when I can take off and all that other I'm good. Caller, you're on the air. What's up?
Yo, what's happening, Sal? What's happening, man?
Hey, Sinclair, what's up with you, man?
You know what I like about you, man?
What's that?
Like, you're not perked out. That's what I like about you, because I know the game as far as how people come across like they doing more than what they really doing. Yeah. You like one of the most down to earth cats right now out there. I mean, and what do I mean by that? Sal, it's not hard for you, because nobody really knows each other. Everybody's just going off of what we hear. Mm-hmm. But if you wanted to get rich overnight, Sal, now all you got to do is do. I'm not saying you already ain't a multi. I don't know what you have. Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying this is the way that people are doing now. But you so down to earth, you ain't even taking that route. And that's why I fucks with you. Most people out here, they go into that car lot, they rent in the car for an hour, they go into the nice neighborhood, or they go inside of one of those homes that you can walk inside of if you want to buy it. Mm-hmm. Manufacturing homes, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh yeah, or they'll just call a realtor friend and hire a realtor friend.
They go in there, they taking pictures, saying this is they shit. While they got a car, a $250,000 car that they didn't rent it for like about an hour, and they taking pictures in front of that shit, and they writing a 15-minute book, and they saying this is how you trade stocks, this is what you can do. It's the same thing with the music business. Yeah. So you ain't even going that route, and that's why I fucks with you, because when somebody act like they done made $1 million in a matter of a week, I step away. I say, damn, if it's that easy, we wouldn't be in recession. And I just like the route that you take. You ain't perping. It's just all about Sal. You could go back on your old videos when you was, you know what I'm saying? Like, your hair, and you just come. That's why I fucks with you, because you don't try to give this illusion. It's because if you wanted to, you could.
Right.
Anybody can go and rent a car for a day if you stay inside of Atlanta or Florida. You don't take that route, so that's why I fucks with you, man. I understand exactly what you're saying. You went through before, because I talked to my little brother about this show sometime. He told me, man, tell him I'm going through the same thing right now, man. He said, I got my master's. He said, they telling me right now, he said, this is some real shit. He said, I'm hearing this right now, big brother. He said, this is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you might have to dumb down your resume. He said, I'm hearing this from people inside of college. He said, I'm hearing this from my mentors telling me to dumb down my resume and don't fill out the box on who you are as far as if you're white, black, or other. He said, I'm just now hearing right now, don't fill that out, because at least if you don't fill it out, at least it'll get your foot in the door. He said, I don't know. He said, so he's over there, you know, like mad right now because he's summa cum laude. Wow. So he said, man, damn, they telling me to dumb down my resume. So, you know, I had to call you today, man, just to give you that respect, because what you're saying is speaking to a lot of what my brother is going through right now. And if you wanted to, you can make these videos and put these fancy cars in them. People go to car lots and say, let me drive around the corner right quick. They heard they take pictures in front of cars, put the shit on Facebook, and say, look at me balling. Yeah. You don't do that. Yeah. That's why I fucks with you. I don't know about nobody else, man, but, you know, keep doing your thing, baby. You all good. And then if you did that, you could charge $100 a book, right. Do bitch overnight. And you be saying, I trade stocks.
Yeah.
You know,
I hear you. I hear you, man. We got some people in the chat.
I know you feel me.
You know, saying,
I know you feel me.
Yeah. I definitely get you, man. I get you.
So God bless you, man, and I appreciate what you're doing. Sometimes I damn near fall asleep listening to your show just because I fucks with you, though.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it, Sinclair.
All right, John.
Oh, man. It's so funny. That's a couple times I've heard people say that they fall asleep to the show. Because sometimes we go so damn long that, you know, people fall asleep to the show. And shout out to Sinclair for the call, man. Appreciate it. Real quick, I was talking to Bad Scientists about PED. PED, the last day for them to turn in a listing plan in order to stay on the NASDAQ was the 27th of last month. We're waiting now for PED to get an announcement from NASDAQ whether or not they're going to be allowed to continue trading. I believe they're going to get it, but it's risky. 11 cents a share. I believe the downside is very minimum here. So we'll see on that. 541, you're on the air. What's up? 541, you there? All right. I think 541 is the one that always has like trouble with the phone, man. I don't know what it is about 541. Not hating on you or anything, man. I don't know just what it is. Yeah. He said, wake up now. Yeah, you know, it's so funny. I remember that wake up now shit. What happened to everybody who was on that wake up now? I can't stand those people who do those multi-level marketing stuff, man. Like, multi-level marketing, like, it's just the whole thing about, like, getting other people to sign up and then other people, like, that's not a real, like, business. And then they sell it as if it's the kind of business you can go downtown and say you own. You know, a business to me is I can go downtown and I can pull up my name and then, you know, something incorporated and it has my name as the owner on it. That's a business to me. You know, but that multi-level marketing shit, man, it scams so many people. And unfortunately, we've been seeing multi-level marketing seeping into finance with Forex. You know. And you motherfuckers going around posting these videos, these Forex videos, talking about I make $30,000 a month and all that other bullshit. Fuck you, man. Real talk. Because we know exactly the kind of people they're trying to get. We know very well that Dave and Charlie and Andy and all, they're not gonna fuck with you. But you're going for a certain type of person, Marcel, DeMarcus, people who are gullible enough, not because they're silly, but because they're uneducated and have been miseducated, to believe that they can go out here and spend, upwards. I've seen some programs of $240 a month for Forex signals. It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous, man. Every time I see those videos, I try to flag them if I got the time. Let me see here. 541, you on the air?
There we go. Yeah, what's up, Sal, man? This is Ryan Gets It right here, man.
Hey, Ryan, what's up, man? I got your email, and I'll be responding to you, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
I want to let you guys know, man. Look, it's all about who you hang around, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like my big homie say, man, if you hang around with 3 millionaires, you're going to be the 4th one. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about being for real in these stocks, bro. It's not about putting $100 in here, $200 and going, fuck off.
Yeah.
You're talking about your future, Like, everybody's talking about Snapchat. Snapchat can be, people are talking about Snapchat like they did about Facebook years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, if you put $500 to $600 in any of these stocks that were mentioned tonight, by the end of Donald Trump's term, which is in 4 years, you guys can have more money in your bank account than anything. I'm talking about 4 years of your life can pass like that. And these little penny plays that are being said in this show, I'm guaranteed 85% of these tickers I guarantee 4 years from now, write down 15 of these tickers. They're going to be in the dollar ranges. And some of you guys are going to be like, oh, man, I wish I would have did this. Oh, man, I wish I could have did that. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to listen to this Tim Sykes guy spending $1,000 on $8 in a DVD while he's driving around in with your money, your money is being put in his gas tank. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, I be reading some of the stuff people say about Sal, bro. About like, hey, man, Ryan, don't you know he's a scam? I'm like, dude, I listen to his live shows. I like him. You know what I'm saying? He's cool with me. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. He looks like a scam to me. But you can go invest 10K in Forex, you know what I'm saying? But you can't put $5,000 with this brother right here. You know what I'm saying? Like I see, bro. Stick together. Invest in each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And you'll be okay.
There it is, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, but like I sent you the email, my brother. I'm dead serious.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious, man.
I appreciate it, man. I'll definitely get back to you, man.
I'm trying to bring you that bag. You know what I'm saying? If I bring you that bag, I knew you can bring. You gonna hook me up.
Appreciate
I'm trying to bring you that bag, my brother.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. All right, man. Yeah, man.
All right. Shout out to Ryan Gets It. Thank you for the call, Ryan, man. Thank you for the call. You see, the thing about the trading is that you don't. Is one of those things is that the stock market is always on time. The market is always on time. The market is always there. It's never going to lie to you. It's never going to ever, let you down. If anything, you're going to fuck it up somehow. Either you don't follow your rules or you just play bad or whatever it is. But the market is always going to be there. You know what I'm saying? And it gets a little bit addictive because you don't have to depend on somebody, because people can sometimes be fickle. You know what I mean? People can let you down. People can tell you something that's not true. People can, but the market will never do that. The market will never, lead you astray. It'll always be very honest with you. when you did the right thing and when you did the wrong thing. You know. That's so when we talk about entering business deals and stuff like that and doing business, I'm a little, and it's nothing personal or anything like that. It's just going back and putting myself into a situation where, you know, when you got to depend on people again, and that's the job thing. You know what I'm saying? Is that it's having to depend on the boss to do right by you, having to depend on somebody to follow through. Once you're in a position where you don't have to depend on anybody, man, that's the greatest feeling in the world. Ain't a millionaire, but the fact of the matter is I'm getting mine. I can eat. And I don't have to, you know, do some shit I don't want to do. You know? And so funny because we had somebody call up and I was telling them how I was you know, my first thing is I remember working at T-Mobile, $10 an hour. The goal was just $300 a day. If I could just get $300 a day. Actually at the time it was a lot lower because, you know, I was working up to 20 hours a week because they couldn't even afford to pay a brother full time because they weren't trying to give a brother benefits. Now they don't even want to give you benefits, so they put you on part-time. Can y'all imagine that? It's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. They say I got to do Tim Sykes style purchase when I hit the $1 million mark. Yeah, I'm going to do something like that. I don't know if I'm going to buy something stupid like a car, though, man. For me, see, I'm the type of dude, if I hit $1 million, man, I'm going to go to a food kitchen and, like, feed some people. You know what I'm saying? I need to do something like that. You know, I ain't trying to put no money in some Italian's hand. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put the money in the hood's hand. You know, never even really grew up in the hood. It's just, I just want to put some smiles on somebody's face who never been smiled at. People been mistreated their whole life, miseducated their whole life. For one day, put a smile on a brother's face or somebody who's been miseducated's face. I told you guys yesterday that, you know, I went to one soup kitchen a couple weeks ago because I ordered a bunch of like 1 cent copies of Think and Grow Rich. So, you know, I'm passing them out or whatever, you know, just trying to get, if one dude can open his eyes up to possibility, you know, who knows where it can lead. I'm not saying that, you know, it's going to be the be all end all. I'm just saying open up your mind because they don't even read that book in those kind of communities. Those books don't flow in those communities. Let's be honest. Those books don't flow in those communities, man. I've said that in on here on the show. You don't see E-Trade commercials on BET. You don't see TD Ameritrade commercials on BET. I got 50-year-old dudes calling me, you know, sending me emails. How do I trade? I'm like, man, you 50 years old and you never traded a stock in your life. I can't believe it. But I can't even blame that person. That person has been miseducated to believe that the market is too risky, or that person hasn't been in an environment or associated with anybody who's benefited from the market. You know? That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, man. Has anybody, quick topic change. I remember a couple Fridays ago we were talking about the Chris Brown Soulja Boy fight. They're still talking about it. I don't know what's going on with it. Earlier this year, Chris Brown talked about this fake ass, Soulja Boy talked about the fake ass $400 million deal. Well, he may have, you know, lied about that, but he's actually about to cross $1 million on that fight app he's got. Have you guys seen that Soulja Boy fight app where you fight Soulja Boy or some shit like that? I mean, the people can get tricked into paper so easily. It's called Beef with Soulja. Have you guys downloaded that Beef with Soulja game? where you fight Soulja Boy and shit. It's crazy in America, man. Only in America. Only in America, man, where you can just have one silly ass idea and come up on some M's. Come up on some M's. Change your whole outlook. Dude, I mean, who the fuck was talking about Soulja Boy 4 months ago? Nobody. You knew of him, but I mean, he wasn't doing shit now. You know, people talking about him like he's like a top 10. You know, crazy, man. What some bullshit can do to put you on top. You said Chris Brown would beat up Soulja Boy. I don't know, man. I don't know why y'all think Chris Brown is so tough, man. I don't know why y'all think he's so hard. He's not hard to me. Chris Brown don't come off as hard to me. I think that's all manufactured image. I mean, the boy can hoop, though. He can hoop. I give it to him. I've seen him play ball. He can hoop. But he don't come off as hard. You know? We just haven't seen that video of him getting smacked up. I think he's one of the few dudes who doesn't have a video of him getting smacked up. That's why people have this idea that he's gonna beat up Soulja Boy. I'm thinking it could be an upset, honestly. I'm not saying Soulja Boy would do something, because he put out a video of him punching some bag. I'm like, oh damn. But I think I've never seen it worse than that video. What's his name? Meek Mill put out. Meek Mill put out a video of him punching. I'm like, damn, dude. Like, why did you even bother? He looked like he was punching that bag like a woman. Like, seriously. Have you seen that video? I should have downloaded that earlier. Yeah, they I mean, don't get me wrong, they young and dumb, but they get all the bitches though. They get all the women. Don't get it twisted, man. Them dudes get all the women. Them dudes show up in your city and smashing all your women. Real talk. And these women get in front of them and act like they have no values. No values at all. You know. Y'all can say what y'all want about them, but trust me, your homegirl will go down on Chris Brown. Your homegirl will go down on Soulja. Shit. Don't let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted now. You know what I'm saying? Some of you niggas' mamas will go down on Chris Brown. Let's keep it 100, man. Some of you niggas' mamas in here right now, if Chris Brown walked into the room, baby, go in the bedroom for a second. Let's keep it 100, man. That's the kind of power these dudes have. That's the kind of power these dudes have, man. Shit. I'm watching Chicago and Phoenix. Man, the Bulls. You know, I'm you know, I feel sorry because I'm a 80s baby. I just feel sorry for the Bulls, man. The Bulls just, man. I don't know. I think the Bulls, I think they could have got a championship if Jason Williams hadn't got hurt. Do y'all remember Jay Williams, the dude who was coming out of Duke? And he hadn't even stepped on the court yet. He ended up breaking his leg on doing some dumb shit. And this dude had like a $40 million contract, was on a bike. What the fuck are you doing on a bike? And you got $40 million on the line. Do y'all remember that dude? Jason Williams. I think it was Jay Williams. They called him Jay. It was Jason one, but they call him Jay Williams. Stupid handles. Yeah, stupid handles. He said because they ain't got MJ. You don't need MJ. You don't need MJ to win. And they've had good players, man. The Bulls have had good players. The Bulls have had good players. Yeah, Phoenix is whipping their ass right now. They in the third quarter. There was a time I used to be able to name every dude on any NBA team. I can't do it no more. So many new dudes. I was tripping because I thought Darius Miles was still in the league. Way back in NBA 2K, what was that, like 2K4 or something like that? Man, I used to play with Darius Miles. I built that dude up till he was like 99 everything, man. He came out of high school. He was supposed to be like the next, like a weak version of Kevin Garnett. He was supposed to be like what's this dude who played for Golden State now? He was supposed to be kind of like him. Good night, Izzy Jules. Devon said, get the beer. Yeah, I ain't got the beer out tonight, man. I'm about to head on out. My brain is toasted, but I just wanted to shoot some shit with y'all for a minute. And I forgot that Vince Carter was still in the league. Vince Carter is a dude. I'm tripping. Like, are you playing for the love of the game or your money is fucked up, nigga? Like, nigga, are you playing because you can't pay your bills if you were to retire right now? That's how I feel about Vince Carter, because this dude should have been left the game like 5 years ago. Vince Carter should have left the game at least 5 seasons ago. You know. That's how I feel about Vince Carter, man. I miss him, though. I miss those dunks. Derrick Rose. Yeah, Derrick Rose is, man. Derrick Rose. But shout out to the city of Chicago for putting up with that dude, Derrick Rose, man. After as many times as he got hurt, shout out to the city of Chicago for putting up with a dude like that, man. I don't know if he even got a chance to play a full season after his rookie year. Yeah, Grant Hill was that nigga, though. Grant Hill was the dude. I mean, who was better than Grant Hill back in the day, man? Grant Hill was that dude. I remember the Feelers. You guys remember them Grant Hill Feelers? Those were cold back in the day. Those was cold, man. Them Grant Hills was a shit. I'm still trying to get them old Shaqs, them Shaq 1s or whatever the hell they were. The little Reebok Shaqs with the black and white. I'm still trying to cop me one of those. Yeah. I got this Penny Hardaway jersey too. I'm trying to win right now on eBay. Now that y'all bringing that up, I'm trying to win this Penny Hardaway jersey on eBay right now. Because I just want to have that throwback feel, man. I'm bringing jerseys back. Oh, man. You say you had a pair of those? Yeah, them Shaqs was the truth, though. Them Shaqs were the truth. I had the Concords. I had a bunch of fake-ass Concords, but you couldn't tell. The fake Concords, the fake Jordan Concords are so good, you really can't tell, man. At this point now, like if you bought a fake Concord, nobody can really tell unless they pull it off your feet. Yeah, I think the website, the website, is it still there? It's like Brand Sport Shoes or something like that. Let me see. BrandSportShoes.com. Is it still there? Hold on, no, man. Now they look like Gucci took it over. Hold on. Nah, they still there. I think they under a different Brand Sport Shoes. Let me see. Nah, okay, I think they might have disappeared. But they used to sell fake J's. They sold fake J's, fake Kobe's, fake everything was on that website, man. Did anybody in here order from them? They sold fake J's, fake everything. Now you can buy them on DHgate now. Let me show y'all some fake J's, man. I don't give a fuck I don't give a fuck. I mean, look, people can't tell. Shit, I'm not spending on. I mean, you know how many triples I can buy with $200 or so dollars? Let me show you these. Nah, I don't want the pennies. Let me see some good fake J's, man. The retro 12s. I'm about to show y'all. This is where you get them now. If you want some of these J's, because some of y'all be going to the mall thinking people wearing the real shit. It ain't the real shit. It's not the real shit at all. What's the name of Jordan shoes? I mean, not LeBron's sneakers. I feel like LeBron's shoes are for the young kids, man. I don't know. Maybe, is it just me? I just feel like his shoes are for the young dudes. Like, if you got a pair of LeBrons on, 9 times out of 10, you probably like under the age of 21. I ain't really seen a grown man wearing LeBron stuff. I feel like it's for a young dude. You know, because that's your hero. You know what I'm saying? LeBron James is your hero. If you under the age of 21, 9 times out of 10, you think LeBron James is like the greatest basketball player who ever lived. Yeah, it's got a ton of colors and shit. Air Max 95s, yeah, those are still the truth. You think LeBron is the best man who ever, you know, put his hands on a ball, man. Let's see, man. I know some people who buy shoes more than they. You see, there you go, right here. These LeBron 9s, $68 a piece. See, let me show y'all this website right here, man. Boom, right there. That's the link to it right there, man. The LeBron 9s for $68. A lot of that fake shit comes from that website right there. That website right there got all the fake J's. It's got the fake J's, LeBron's, all that, man. Gucci belts. Look at all the colors they got, though. All coming from China, man. All coming from China. Just put in the shoe you want, and it comes right up. I always wanted those Kobe shoes that look like robot shoes. Do you guys remember those Kobe's? Does anybody know the name of those shoes? Those Kobe shoes that look like robot feet? Hey, look, if this ain't keeping it real, I don't know what is, man. I'm putting links to fake shit. Let me see, Yeezys. It was Adidas, right? Yeah, those are the Kobe Adidas, and they were like real brick looking. I remember those, man. And those I couldn't afford at the time either. Kobe Adidas, and they look like robot, and they were like silver. They were like silver. I haven't been able to find those in a minute. Yeah, see here go the Concords right here for $43. Here go the Concords. Yeah, they were like brick looking ass shoes. Yeah, and there go the Concords. Yeah, those were ugly as hell. I think if you see them now, though, you might change your opinion now. Because, you know, some styles were a little too early, and I think that style was a little bit too early. That style was a little bit too early. That style was a little bit too early. Let me see here. Kobe, Adidas. Was it the Adidas one? Let me see here. Those. Yeah, never mind. They still do look kind of ugly. Yeah, they still do kind of look ugly, but they're in the different colors. Them bitches is cold, though. Them bitches is kind of cold, though, in different colors. Let me see here, man. I might show y'all this one. Let me show y'all this one. 500 times X. Them things is kind of cold. Let me see here. Media file. Desktop. Let me pull that up here. And where's the pick at? Where's the pick at? Please tell me I didn't save it. Let me see. Here's shoes. I don't know why it's being difficult. There it is right here. Yeah, them things is cold though. Those are Kobe shoes right there. Them bitches is kind of cold. In that look. You say you pray that I don't. Nah, man. Nah, look, I got a woman in my life right now, and she's very understanding with the show and what I'm doing. She's supporting it, man. She's supporting it. I'm bringing in good money, dude. I'm bringing in good money. She understands, man. I'm bringing in good money, trading and stuff like that. So, this good. She, in fact, has told me not too long ago. She's like, man, it's so good to be with a man who's just, I don't have to worry about. I don't have to be concerned, because she's so used to dealing with dudes who, money was funny. You know what I'm saying? And she's dealing with somebody the money is never gonna be funny with me. Because I know what happens if I don't do well at this. I gotta go back working for Mr. Charlie, and I'm not working for Mr. Charlie. No way, no way, Jose. David says, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, if your money is funny, these women out here don't want you if you ain't got no money, man. Let's just keep it 100. And I was the type of dude, if I didn't have any money, I'm not messing with no woman, because I can't live off a woman. I can't ask a woman for any money. I just can't, man. I can't be that dude. But I know a lot of dudes who could, you see them with a different woman, and women will buy them things, and I just could never be that dude. I just could never be that dude, man. But shout out to all those dudes who can do that, man. All you get free rent, you get free food, free clothes, free cars, and all you doing is basically dicking her down. You got that super dick where you just go around the city getting free shit from women. Just from, hitting it from the back practically all the time. Because that's all these niggas doing. So shout out to all them dudes who can do that, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just can't be that dude, man. I just can't. Damn. Yeah, Phoenix is putting this away now. Phoenix is putting this game away. Hey, whatever happened to I know I'm so late. Let me see. I didn't find out that the Seattle Supersonics were gone until like a year later. That's how late I was. Cause I'm more into football than basketball. But the year after the Supersonics was gone, then I remembered. I was like, what happened to the Seattle Sonics? Like, my shit, man, they ain't even. I was like, damn, okay. I'm like, what happened to the Trailblazers, man? What happened to the Trailblazers? Didn't even know they, Trailblazers the Trailblazers are still there. Okay. Trailblazers are still there. But you never see them on TV, so I don't even know if they still play. You never see them on TV, dude. If you live on the East Coast, you don't never see the Trailblazers. Rarely do you see the Trailblazers on TV. But the Sonics, the Sonics, I mean, they had the coldest jerseys, though. The Sonics had the coldest jerseys. That's the Seattle Supersonics had the coldest jerseys, man. If you pull up their jerseys, they had the coldest jerseys. To me, anyway. I thought they had the coldest jerseys. So, it is what it is. I think you can download the jerseys though in NBA 2K. So and play them in there, try to bring them back in that game. Yeah, somebody can post up the link to the Discord room. Yeah, the Chargers are leaving. Shout out to the Raiders. Are the Raiders still going to Vegas? That's a good look for the Raiders, man. I think that's a great look, man. The Las Vegas Raiders. That's a great look for them, man. That's a great look. The thing about LA, man, LA is getting to a point where it's so gentrified now. I don't even know LA, man. If you still got enough money to live in LA, in a decent area in LA, now you almost had you had 2 football teams now for a while. Cross colors. Yeah, I like Las Vegas Raiders though. That's a good look for them. That's a really good look for them. But I'm looking forward to this NFL draft though. It's still a ways away. But I don't know if you guys, but when the NFL draft comes up, I used to take days off in the NFL draft because I'd watch the whole damn day. Because some of the players you recognize and some of the dudes you don't, but you just want to see the clips of them doing a lot of great shit. Like interceptions and, Yeah. I used to watch. I watched the whole damn day. When they have the camps and they're doing like the 40 times and all that, I watch all that shit. I'll watch all that shit instead of CNBC. I'll be watching the 40 times. The dudes doing the benching, the 225s, offensive linemen. I watch all that shit. And let me see here, man. I don't know. I hope as long as we just don't get another Johnny Manziel situation, I'm good, man. Johnny Manziel, the most overrated I think his bust is bigger than Ryan Leaf, bigger than all of them. Bigger than all of them. It was Johnny Manziel because it was so recent. This is a dude that, you want to talk about hyped up. Johnny Manziel, man, they made Johnny Manziel look like he was going to be the next Steve Young, man. They made him look like the next Steve Young. And the media still hasn't given Johnny Manziel the I don't know how to like that beating that he needs to take. Can you imagine if Johnny Manziel looked like me and was for 4 years doing all that money shit with his hands and then went into the NFL and did what he did? God damn, he wouldn't live it down for the rest of his life. They would have videos and movies and calling him a bust every single chance they get. And don't get me wrong, some people do call Johnny Manziel a bust, but they really haven't beaten the dude up though. He's really been protected by a lot of people. Like, oh man, he's got to get his act together. He's a young kid. They calling this dude a kid, man. You're an NFL quarterback. He's a kid. He'll get it together. People still giving him an opportunity to have a comeback. Trying to give him an opportunity to come back. Deshaun Watson is supposed to be the number 1 draft pick. Who has the number 1 pick? Cleveland? Yeah, the Cleveland Browns. They were sorry as fuck, man. Cleveland Browns. I don't think Cleveland doesn't have. They just don't have. Winning is just not in their DNA, man. When you talk about the Cleveland Browns, man, it's just winning is just not in their DNA. I think some teams in the NFL just meant to be losers, just lose every year. I think it's Cleveland Browns, man. Cleveland Browns, Titans, Sometimes the Saints, you know, they just meant to be at the bottom every year. They just don't have it in. It's just not. It's not in it. And some teams just won't accept nothing less than greatness. You know, New England Patriots. You know, the Eagles. You know, Cowboys. Cowboys were losers, but you know they got an owner in Jerry Jones who won't play that shit. If you ain't winning, your ass is up out the door. They got the DNA of victory. You know what I'm saying? They're not playing with you, man. They're getting your ass up out of there. Getting your ass up out of there. But look what they were doing this year, where you had a quarterback that had won you 6 games in Dallas, and they were still talking about Tony Romo's hurt ass. Can you imagine that shit? Because you had some people in Dallas who still didn't like the idea of that dude playing quarterback. Let's keep it 100 now. Let's keep it 100. They like Tony Romo. Tony Romo looks good on the commercials. He looks good on the ads. He looks good on the posters. And now all of a sudden this dude from Mississippi State or wherever the hell he came from, out here winning, you still think that just maybe, I don't know if he deserves to be a quarterback just yet. Damn. The dude won 6 games and still not good enough. Crazy, man. Yeah. I'm telling you, you still got people who look at guys like, you know, Prescott and say, man, I don't know about you at the position of quarterback. Let's keep it real, man. You know, I hope they have another good year. That this year wasn't a fluke. I think they is well deserving that the Cowboys will have another good year. You know, I think they'll have another good year. Zeke is a beast, man. I didn't think Zeke was gonna be that good. In fact, I think I said it on my show that he wasn't gonna be that good. Dude is a beast. I mean, that guy gets out of the backfield so damn fast. I swear he like flies out of the backfield. He gets it out there so fast, man. He's 5 steps into the, you know, he's 10 yards deep in less than at least 10 seconds. At least 10 seconds. He came from Mississippi. Okay. Said the Rams wanted Prescott. They said no. Married into the Jones. He's married into the Jones family. Are you serious? He's married into the Jones family? Like D. Jones, like owner Jones? You said you went to high school with Eric Weedle? You went to high school with Eric Weedle? I took a college course, a summer course with what's this dude who was with the big stocky dude. He's with the Texans. Their defensive end. Mr. You know, huge arms, man. You guys know who I'm talking about. I took a summer class at Central Michigan University with that dude. He was skinny as hell. He was nowhere near as big as he is now. He was nowhere near as big as he is now. The dude, at the time, he was a backup tight end. He was a backup tight end. What's his name? Number 9. Yeah, what's his not 99? Let me see here. 99 Texans. What's his name again? J.J. Watt. That's his name. J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt. At the time, this is at Central Michigan University. I was taking a summer course because my school didn't have that course that year, but I still wanted to graduate on time. And the dude was a backup tight end. This was his freshman year. He was skinny as fuck. That guy was he didn't look anywhere near as big as he is now. J.J. Watt. I remember that dude was in that class. with me at Central Michigan University. I remember it. I remember this had to be like 2006, late 2005, 2006. J.J. Watt, Central Michigan University. He was a tight end at the time. I remember him just like yesterday. Tall dude, but was lanky and skinny. So he put on a lot of weight. And yeah, he put on a lot of weight. You were at Georgia Southern with Adrian Peterson? Yeah, that dude's a beast too. Adrian Peterson, he about to call it a career here in just a minute too. I think Adrian Peterson probably got maybe 1 or 2 more seasons than him. You said steroids? I don't know. Yeah, maybe them roids. Because the thing about steroids is, man, you can put it on steroids for a year or two, get it out of your system, and then maintain those gains with calories. You're not going to be as defined, but you can still maintain the weight gains if you maintain the calories. But that dude was nowhere near as big as he is now, man. Nate Diaz. I don't think Nate Diaz was on steroids, man. Nate Diaz whooped his ass. Nate Diaz, what was the name of that guy he whooped up? That dude was talking a lot of shit. Nate Diaz whooped his ass. Nate Diaz would have whooped his ass the next time too. He almost whooped him up the second time, man. Appreciate it, more peace. Came up with James Harrison. Okay. Yeah, Mark McGuire was that man, though. Yeah, Mark McGuire was on that shit. Well, I mean, you can look at Mark McGuire and tell he was on that shit, though. Conor McGregor. Yeah, Conor McGregor, man. That guy. Yeah, Nate Diaz was man, Nate Diaz can whoop his ass. I think Nate Diaz can whoop his ass. Whooped him the first time. The second time, almost whooped him the second time. But I think Nate Diaz can whoop his ass time again. They should do a third one. And then he was trying to go after Mayweather. Are you kidding me? I don't know why people love testing Mayweather. Mayweather is pound for pound, man. Do you guys know what it takes to be called pound for pound? I don't know why people keep shitting on Floyd Mayweather. The dude is the greatest to ever step in the ring, man. I don't understand that, man. I really don't understand why people don't want to give this dude his fair. I mean, just keep it 100 with him, man. And I'm not saying that because he's black. Oh, you're just supporting him because he's black. No, man. Pound for pound, I saw the fights with I'm going to say the Mexican dude. Every damn one of them guys we pretty much fought was Mexican. Oscar something. I forgot his damn name. I always forgot these people's names. You said Conor would fuck him up in the streets. Yeah, probably in the streets he would. Yeah, yes. Probably in the streets he probably would fuck him up in the streets. He probably would fuck him up in the streets. You're absolutely right. But them dudes ain't really that big, to begin with. If whoever's watching this right now, if you probably over 200 pounds, over 230 pounds, you probably could fuck up Conor McGregor in the streets. Real talk. What is Conor McGregor, like 160? He's like 160, 150? I mean, it's not like you're gonna stand there and let them hit on you. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like that. You're gonna wrap him up and probably put his ass in a headlock or some shit like that. Yeah, De La Hoya. Yeah, De La Hoya was that dude too back in the day. 5'9", 150? Oh, come on, man. Half of you guys in the chat room right now can whoop his ass in the streets if he's 150. Yeah, Roy Jones was a dude too. Yeah. Mayweather's the back. Man, Mayweather's the dude, man. Look, man, anybody who can win, earn over I think his total wins is like $700 million. Good God, man. You must be putting on the show, and then you must be a pretty good boxer. $700 million career winnings. Come on, man. And most of that came in the fight with what's his name? Yeah. Yeah, but Oscar De La Hoya was that dude, man. De La Hoya was that dude back in the day. I mean, who was bigger than De La Hoya when he was, at the top? You know? Let me see here. Graduation rate. Yeah, man. Grown ass man, 155 pounds. Conor gets more views for his fight. Who? Conor, are you Doug? Are you honestly saying that Conor McGregor gets more views than Floyd Mayweather? No way. It depends on who we talking about here. Conor McGregor does not pull in more pay-per-view money than Floyd Mayweather. Come on, man. That's no way, man. No way. Those MMA fights are big. Don't get it twisted. Those MMA fights are big, but they don't pull in that kind of money compared to the boxing. Boxing is international. MMA, you've got certain countries where it's pretty popular, but for the most part, MMA is America. You got other countries where MMA's got some following, but boxing, you put on boxing anywhere in the world, people know what what's about. Worldwide ticket sales, worldwide pay-per-view viewings. Yeah. You talking the whole world, man. And it's been a long time. I mean, I haven't seen. I don't even know who the next big dude is. The next big best fighter. I know we had the American heavyweight. I don't know. He's kind of getting up there now too, isn't he? Like 27 now. Heavyweight champion. You know what I'm saying? Heavyweight boxers. What's his name? Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, yeah, he's 31 now, so he's almost done. Deontay Wilder's 31 years old, man. I don't know who else is can match up now. I mean, after behind Deontay Wilder, who else can, who else is that dude? Somebody would say Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua, he's a British guy, right? 27. Yeah, he's probably that dude. He's probably next. I'd love to see Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua. That'd be a really good fight. Joshua Klitschko, that's next. That's probably the only fight I'm looking forward to, though, is that the Joshua Klitschko fight. Klitschko is kind of up there too in age, man. Klitschko is like 37 now. And Klitschko is probably gonna knock his ass. Well, I don't know. I mean, Anthony Joshua's a big dude too, but Klitschko, man, that dude's got, maybe I just got too much Fight Night in my head, but that dude was knocking me the fuck out in Fight Night. Anybody here still play Fight Night? I used to play Fight Night so damn much, man. I think I won damn near every title in Fight Night, man. I was knocking niggas out, just blah, one hit. In Fight Night, I always go for the right hand. I want all my points going straight to the right hand. Hit you with a couple of jabs and blah. Because I love that slow motion where it's like, hitting the canvas in one hit, man. Every fight I was looking for a one hit. Sometimes you would get it too. Sometimes you would get it. Like training, I was knocking the dude out in training, man. I don't care if he had the helmet on or anything. I was knocking the dude out. Yeah. Hook master, all that, dude. Just knocking the dude out in training, man. Just Ready to Rumble boxing. Damn, I haven't heard of Ready to Rumble in so damn long. Yeah, but no, I it's been a minute since, I only play Fight Night now, man, boxing. I only play Fight Night. But people are still playing Fight Night online though, right? I think the online gameplay still works on Fight Night because I remember the Mayweather Pacquiao fight. Fight Night was busy. The servers were crazy on that night, dude. The servers were crazy on Fight Night. Mayweather Pacquiao fight. The servers were busy. I mean, the servers looked like the day I bought the game. That's how full it were. You can get a fight in like 2 seconds. Now you go in there, you gotta wait a little bit before you get matched up. Yeah. You say you almost got into real fights playing Fight Night? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, man, I thought by now we would get a Fight Night for PS4 by now. I mean, I'm shocked. Or at least if it's not going to be a Fight Night, at least it's going to be like a rip-off version of it. We haven't got anything. I know right now they're still going through that issue with NCAA football, so NCAA football, unfortunately, you still got to play it on the old version too. You know, and that's sad, man. That's sad in itself. But those NCAA athletes should get paid, man. Those dudes should get paid. Let me tell you something right now, man. Those athletes they bring more to the school on one weekend than you will ever donate to your school. So when I hear people say shit like, well, they get a free education. Motherfucker, you get a free education. You taking out all them damn loans. Your ass get a free education, motherfucker. You not paying for school. So what you talking about, man? I mean, what are you talking about right now? Those dudes bring more to the school in the 4 years that they play for that school than you will ever bring to that school. Ever. And then most of them don't even graduate, come out with nothing. Come out with nothing. Because most of them don't go pro. So you have 4 years, nothing really to show for it. After you use up your eligibility, these schools treat you like they don't even fucking know you anymore, unless you were, goddamn Ricky Williams or some shit like that. They pretty much treat you like they don't even know you anymore. It's horrible, man. They should be paid, dude. They should be paid at least something. Yeah, dividend or something, dude. Walking out with nothing. I mean, look at all these Alabama football players, man. These Alabama football players, only maybe like 4 or 5 of them. A lot of them get invited to camps, but a lot of them don't make the team. But Alabama, how many hundreds of millions of dollars in the last 10 years has the University of Alabama made off some of these players, man? And some of these guys come from some of the poorest cities in the South. Oh my God. You read some of the times, like during the national championship game, and they'll be hugging their mom, and their mom, yeah, my mom worked 2-3 jobs to raise us. I'm like, damn, dude. Yeah, my mom is working 2 jobs right now. I'm like, dude, you work for the you're a football player on the #1 college football program in America, and your mother works 3 jobs. I know for a fact your football team earns at least $100 million a year. At least $100 million a year. How the fuck you ain't getting no money? How the fuck you ain't getting no money? That's crazy to me, man. Those dudes, man, let me tell you something, man. They don't think like me, man. Because I'll tell you one thing right now. I'll wait till the season start, and then guess what? Ain't nobody coming on the field until we get a check. Ain't nobody's playing a down until we get a check. That's what I would do. But see, they pick the biggest, coons to play football, because I mean, let's just keep it 100. A lot of these brothers, they just, college football, and some, you see it especially a lot in the South, because it's almost like a plantation owner slave mentality when it comes to some of these football players. Some of these dudes can't even read. some of these dudes can't even like really even hold a sentence. You know, sometimes they interview them. You're like, brother, like, did you even go to school? Did you even go to class? And you know, they train them up so right in the South too, because you know you'll be watching the interviews like every other word. Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Yeah, you know, it's a great time. Yes sir, yes sir. All right, I'm like, damn, dude, he ain't calling you a grown ass man. He ain't calling you a sir. You know, it's almost like a boy child relationship that sports sometimes has. It's like a boy child relationship. Even sometimes when you watch the NFL programs, you see grown ass NFL athletes, you know, sitting next to a coach, and it's almost like a boy child relationship. It's weird. It's creepy almost. It's creepy. No problem, Cristiano. You say Mayweather can't read. See, I don't believe Mayweather can't read. I don't. Yeah, because I remember that clip that came out a couple years ago showing him fucking up. But if you've ever done like drama or acting or some shit like that, and you had to memorize lines, you're gonna come off like you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're gonna come off like you can't read because you're trying to memorize the lines and stuff. So I don't believe that he can't read. I don't believe that Mayweather can't read. You said college football is the reason there are no pro teams in Alabama. I believe it. Yeah, I believe college football. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, everybody in Alabama always goes for the Saints, right? Alabama's football team is the New Orleans Saints, because I know the Saints. I think they got a facility in Mobile or some shit like that. I think the Saints got a facility somewhere in Alabama or some shit like that. But they do a lot of outreach in Alabama. Yeah, they do a lot of outreach in Alabama. Yeah. Yeah, Alabama high school football, Texas high school football, Florida high school football is on a whole nother level, man. Those are like those are like college football teams in other states, man. You go to some of these schools in Texas, you go to some of these schools in Florida, their high school gyms look like damn near college football gyms. They are so serious about football. The coaches recruit like college coaches recruit. They go to middle schools. They go to elementary schools. It's football on a whole nother level, man. I got invited to a couple football games in Pensacola, man. Them dudes, I'm like, this is a high school football team. I'm looking at this high school football team, and they got dudes on the field like 6'4", 6'5", 260. This is a high school football team? These dudes are fucking huge. My high school team didn't look anything like these guys, man. High school football in Florida, these guys are fucking huge. And all of them can play. All of them can play. You know, for the most part, if you're a decent high school football team in Florida, all your dudes is getting scholarships. They might not all go D1, but all the dudes leave on scholarships. Whether it be, you know, D2 schools, D3 schools, but they all get scholarships. Junior colleges. You're gonna find something. You know, if you're halfway decent and you play football in Texas, Florida, you know, Miami, yeah, man, they're good, man. Yeah, Florida, man, there's a whole different Similac babies, man. Those are. You tell me, you know, I don't want to get too scientific with it, but those dudes just have genes, man. They just got the genes. You know what I mean? It's all in the genes for a lot of those dudes. It's all in the genes, man. Brandonton, yeah. You know, and all those guys, they don't all make it to the NFL, but they all get, you know, they all make it D1, and, you know, sometimes they pan out and sometimes they don't. You said, do I live by Tim Sykes? What do you mean live by Tim Sykes? I don't live near his house or nothing like that. But a lot of, a lot of stuff he taught, I learned. Say, yeah, breast milk. Yeah, that hood rat breast milk, dude. See, it's that hood rat breast milk. That ghetto breast milk that's filled with, a lot of that genetically modified food. Like, seriously, I'm breaking it down for you guys, man. Look, a lot of those women who have these kids, right, they come from these poor areas. A lot of them are on food stamps. You know what I'm saying? These food stamps, to make the money last, they buy, the dollar store food, low-end GMO quality food. The fake, fake-ass cheese. You guys know what I'm talking about? The 99-cent pack of cheese that says cheese-like product, and it doesn't say 100% real cheese. So these women are fed. They feed themselves on that food. All that genetically modified shit gets into their breast milk, and it gets into these kids, man. I'm telling you, man, that GMO breast milk. That GMO breast milk, man. Them GMO GMO titty milk. That's what it is. Yeah, Muddy Wolf, you're right on it. Yeah. That's why a lot of those kids look like that. Genetically modified foods, dude. That's why you ever see those kids that come out of these rough neighborhoods, they're so fucking big. And you go to some of these inner city schools in those neighborhoods, those kids look like fucking adults. They look like grown ass men. You can't tell me it's not because of the diet. So it's genes, it's diet, all coming together to create just this hugely overgrown human being. Oh yeah, man, it's all of that, dude. It's all of that, dude. Yeah, those communities, man, where you don't get good quality food. Those guys they're not eating fruits and vegetables like that. Oh yeah. Money stay. Well, we've already talked about that, man. In those communities, you see that's where you find, the girls who are, 16, 17 with triple E titties, dude. Those communities, man. Cocaine, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, we talked about that, man. That's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings from China. Man, look, China man, fuck all those Chinese restaurants, dude. Fuck all those Chinese restaurants. Somebody, I read, I don't know if I watched it somewhere, but I remember somebody making a point. When was the last time you saw a meat butcher supply truck pull up near a Chinese restaurant? I mean, seriously, where do these people get their meat from? I have never seen a Chinese person in a butcher shop. I go to butchers to buy meat and stuff like. I've never ever in my life seen a Chinese person buy meat for their restaurant. Have you guys ever seen that shit? I've never seen a Chinese person buy any supplies for their restaurant. I've never seen them buy oil. I don't even know how they supply their shit. Oh yeah, many of them have already been caught with the chicken food, the fried rabbits. A lot of them, they like to get away with rabbit. Sometimes it's dog and cat. Yeah, sometimes it's dog and cat, but a lot of them it's rabbit. When you think it's chicken, it's actually rabbit. Because rabbit meat and chicken meat is very close. It's very close unless you can really tell the difference. Good night, Muddy Wolf. It's rabbit. They're using rabbit. Especially when you see those, 12 wings for $2.99. Motherfucker, how are you getting 12 wings for $2.99, dude? And the wings are small as fuck. They're like little, wings like this. Like, motherfucker, this has gotta be a fucking rabbit, or some shit like that. Some kind of bird, but it ain't no fucking chicken. Pigeons, probably could be using pigeons. I don't trust those Chinese dudes, man. I don't. Some of those Chinese restaurants, man. Like if I'm just hungry and I just need it really bad, then I'll do it. But for the most part, dude, I stay away from Chinese food, man. Food, good food is not supposed to make you hungry an hour later. Because Chinese food, you can eat a lot of Chinese food and then 2 hours later you're hungry again. An hour later you're hungry again. Like, what the fuck? What kind of food did I just eat? That shit's greasy as fuck. It knocks you out. It makes your body like slow for 2 days. At least 2 days. After I eat Chinese food, I'm slow for like 2 days. Where I just don't feel as like my energy is just not 100. Chinese people are cheap. Yeah, Chinese people are cheap as fuck, man. Chinese people are cheap as hell. I've already told you my experience with Chinese. I think I told most of you guys already in here. I was going to this Chinese restaurant every single day for 7-8 months, and not every day, but I mean I was going there often. And this guy he knew exactly what I wanted as soon as I came in. And it was one time I was 10 cents short, dude. I was 10 cents short. And I'm like, man, in my apartment, I didn't have, he didn't take card. None of these Chinese people. Well, now they do. But for those of you guys who remember, up until like maybe 3 years ago, a lot of Chinese food places did not take credit. They did not take credit until like 3 years ago. All of a sudden, they all decided that they were going to start taking credit because they were started losing out on money. But for the most part, for years, Chinese people only took cash. Right? They only took cash. So I didn't have no money, right? My apartment is like 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away. It's like, no order for you. Go get 10 cents. Go get 10 cents. Get your food. Those 10 cents. Get the 10 cents. I'm going with your food right here. Like, motherfucker, I done spent at least over $500 with you since I've been living in this motherfucking neighborhood. And you gonna not give me that order for 10 cents? Bitch ass motherfucker. 10 cents, 10 cents. We need 10 cents. Go get the 10 cents. I go wait there for you right here. Hey, motherfucker. That was the last time I ate there. I wasn't gonna have this motherfucker have me make a trip 3 blocks to come back up here with 10 cents. Are you fucking crazy? I just said fuck it. I never went back in there, man. I never went back in there, dude. I never went back in there. People so fishy with money, man. That's why a lot of people wonder why I don't ever, because sometimes I'll post percentage moves that I make on my stocks and stuff like that. Like, oh, I won, and, I don't like to put out numbers, because I got a lot of family members that watch it, and a lot of people come at my parents and, about, oh, look at your son talking about money and all this stuff like that, and you can't send no money back home. And, being from Africa, you got a lot of people who trying to always come at the family for some money. Look, your son, I am asking you for $300, and I am your family member. I see your son is on the internet making thousands of dollars, and you cannot send me any money. You cannot send me any money. But your son is on the internet talking about $300, $10,000 that he has made on this trade 2 days ago. Why can you not send me what the fuck? So that's why, you know what? That's why I don't put out no percentage of nothing. I mean, I don't put out no numbers. See, a lot of people wonder why does he never, post because I got family members who are watching, man. Can you send me some money? Can you send me some money? So I just leave it alone, man. I just leave it alone. That's why I don't put out no numbers out there. Eventually I will, man. Eventually I will, because that's just kind of where the trajectory of the show is going. But you know, I'm still trying to get a grip on that, because you know we got a lot of people in the family that's still, you know, living in a condition of poverty. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and when the show started, you know, getting in the family and people started talking about it, and you know, I'm talking about like $5,000 gain, $2,000 gain, and you know, the folks are saying no to people who asking for $200, $300. People get mad. You know, people get kind of mad. You know, you say your church takes debit card and credit cards and Apple Pay. Oh, fuck that, man. See, my whole outlook on religion is just like, I don't know anymore, man. I really don't know anymore, because here's the thing. I believe in a superior power, right? I believe in God. But my problem with religion, my problem is with religion. You know, because in the neighborhoods that have all the churches, they don't have any opportunity. You know, with the neighborhoods with all the churches and all the Bibles, there's no happiness, no joy, no prosperity. So something is not going on. Where the neighborhoods where I don't see the churches, I don't see, you know, the places filled with Bibles, those communities look very, very nice. Those communities don't have a lot of crime. And I mean, let's keep it 100, man. You know, the communities that don't have the churches, those are the people that somehow they're very intelligent when it comes to science, mathematics, finance. You know, that's where you'll go there, and all those people in those neighborhoods, they'll tell you about the stock market. They'll tell you about everything you need to know about how to get yourself a check. But you go to the neighborhoods where all the churches are at, and that's where, man, the stock market is kind of risky, man. You know, you can't find any guys in those neighborhoods who can code anything. Damn near teach you how to, you know, install a damn, you know, disk drive in your computer or some shit like that. Those people in those neighborhoods don't know a damn thing. They can definitely quote some scripture though. They can quote some scripture. And again, this is not every community, but it's a lot of communities, unfortunately. And I'm mad because a lot of churches didn't set up schools. A lot of churches did not set up schools. I've always believed, like, if a church makes a lot of money, especially these mega churches, they should own schools. They should own universities, man. You know? Like, man, if you're going to teach about Jesus, at least teach about some algebra. At least teach somebody how to code something, so at least, sure, I can come to church on Sundays, but Monday through Friday I can send my kids there to learn how to create jobs. The church has become a place where people deal with all kind of bullshit in the world Monday through Friday, and then go to church on Sunday to get the strength to make it through another week. That's what church is now. I'm not going there to get financially empowered. I'm not going there to get empowered with any kind of knowledge to put no money in my bank account. I'm going there to be able to deal with another week of bullshit to come back here next Sunday. That's unfortunately a lot of churches. It's unfortunate. You know? It's real unfortunate, man. Oh yeah. These mega churches, let me tell you, these mega churches with 5,000, 10,000 people, the pastors live so good. Those churches, you don't even, some of those people that never even met the pastor face to face. You know, if you at a good church where after the end of service, the pastor meets you at the back door and then you shake his hand and he says, "Thank you for coming, come back next week." That's the kind of church I like. That's the kind of church I like. But those churches where I don't even get to see the pastor, I don't get to talk with him, I don't get to, I can't fuck with those kind of churches, man. I can't fuck with those. Those are too big for me. Those are too big for me. You know? Yeah, man. A lot of hypocrites in the church. Oh, yeah, man. A lot of hypocrites in the church. A lot of hypocrites in the church. The biggest freaks in the church now. The biggest freaks in the church. I could have told you, preachers' kids, especially preachers' kids are the biggest freaks. If you know a girl, like way back when in the day, you know the preacher's daughter, she's the biggest freak in that church. Preachers' kids are some of the freakiest people I knew growing up. They in all kind of stuff, man. Giving head, all kind of stuff way back when, man. I don't even want to put no ages out there because I don't even know if the statute of limitation still applies. Biggest freaks are in the church. Everybody knows that. Somebody told me that especially the ones that go to church Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday, especially in those mega churches, somebody had told me because they're so obsessed. Some of those women are so obsessed with sex, they go to church that often because they feel like they to deal with their obsession with sex, that they feel guilty. That's why they go to church so much, because they're so obsessed with sex. That's why they go to church so damn much. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Liquor stores, strip bars, all that. All right, what's going on, Bond? You got James Bond in the house. What's good, man? We had a whole episode of Bad Scientists breaking down some really good stuff. I don't know. Did I even put out the damn? Half of the people in the chat room already gone. Please like this video. I had over 100 people in here, but I don't know if I even put out all the damn stocks we reviewed today. But those are all the stocks that we liked today by Bad Scientists. Got turned on and turned out. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, be the first ones leading you straight into sin. Preachers' kids and all. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, be the freakiest ones. Yeah, Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, Mr. Lloyd. I mean, Friday night's probably doing something with his wife. Shout out to Mr. Lloyd. Yeah. Yeah, I put out that list already. Here's the list for the stocks that were hot today. But yeah, my brain is fried after that one, man. Bad Scientist. Shout out to Bad Scientist. My brain is fried after that amazing day of learning from him. And I've pretty much gotten it down to a T. I just need to memorize the actual names of the candlestick patterns, because he's memorized the name of the patterns. So I'm gonna have to memorize the name of these patterns and really get it down pat. Yeah, great show, man. Great shows. Said, when did I hit the million milestone? Million what? I haven't hit $1 million yet. Trust me, y'all gonna know when I hit $1 million. Please believe that. Y'all gonna know when I hit $1 million. Yeah. No, I mean, I believe in, again, you know, if you can believe it, you can achieve it. So that's why I call myself the small cap millionaire, because, you know, in Think and Grow Rich, one of the things they teach you is that you start your morning and end your night reading your affirmations, right? So I have affirmations that I read every single morning and every single night about my trading and, you know, being a successful trader and claiming your success before you even have it, and then manifesting, you know, that future for yourself, right? So there's certain goals and things that I wanted that I've been able to achieve over the several years that I've been talking about stocks. But yeah, I'm all about taking, you know, what I believe and then manifesting it in the visual realm, because you got to remember, your mind can't differentiate. What's the word? You guys know the difference. Differentiate. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. Between what's really occurring and what you're just imagining, right? So if you claim what you are mentally and then obviously follow through with it, with gaining the knowledge and then, you know, practicing perfect over and over and over again, you know, you will manifest those abilities that you inherently believe you possess. All right. So I even take notes on it. So it's about desire, right? Think and Grow Rich, talking about, you know, having the desire, knowing clearly what you want, having it written down, you know, knowing clearly what you want, and then having a burning desire to achieve, you know, what it is that you want, a burning desire, you know. So planning, persistence, and then a definiteness of purpose, right? And then believing that you can achieve that goal. All right. And negativity there's no room for negativity. And then if you feel a negative energy coming into your head, you read your affirmations again, and then it will delete any kind of negative idea that comes into your head. All right. All right. So creating a plan, having an exact date. So even if you don't hit it perfectly, you're still, you know, high up there to where it makes sense for you. You know, differentiate. Differentiate. There we go. Thank you, Stock Skilla. Differentiate. 3 hooks. Thank you. I keep fucking up on that word. All right. Writing a clear and concise statement. You know, that every affirmation should be clear and concise. Every affirmation should be clear and concise. I can read one of my old ones. And they change. Sometimes they do change. This was when I couldn't do anything else besides short sell. Let me see here. I think I have it. Pull up. I won't read the one I read now, because I don't want y'all to jock it from me. I have somebody post up a video of them reading my whole damn proclamation on the internet. Let me see here. Let me see. It is. I think I could pull it up. Let me see here. Let me see. WordPad. I think it's on my WordPad. Okay, so this is my old one, and I would just simply read this. And every morning, every night, I would read this one. It's changed now, but this is the beginning. I am a great short seller. I have the ability to find overpriced stocks that investors have driven to extreme levels and bet accurately that prices will come down. I am earning over $1 million a year accurately timing these market inefficiencies. And I would just read that over and over again, over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. And I got really good at it, but then, you know, you got to learn how to do some other things. You gotta learn how to do some other things. So I had to rework and rephrase that. But that's one of my first ones. When I used to do nothing else besides short, and I'll read that phrase over and over again. So your first sentence starts with an impact sentence, and then the justification sentence, and then you got to have at least a numerical figure in there that's justifies a future event or a future something that you want to happen to manifest in the physical realm. So that was that I'm earning over $1 million a year accurately timing these market events. All right, so manifesting that idea that I will eventually generate over $1 million a year accurately timing trades to short. Now, even if you're not profitable, just continue to do it. And the fact that you're working towards the goal, because that's what makes it real, is the fact that you're working towards it, getting better, getting more knowledgeable, and then having it come true. Yeah. Yeah, I'll look into that. Yeah. Visualization, and yeah, that's really all it is, man. Create actually a sentence for it. It's called creative visualization. The mind can't tell the difference between imaginary and what's real. That's why people who are going through these ideas in their head, there's actually mental illnesses for them. They can't tell the difference. Their mind can't tell, and it's very similar. Those moments you've had in your body or in your mind where you imagine yourself in the NBA or in the NFL, you couldn't tell anybody around you that you weren't actually in a game when you was out there dribbling with that imaginary ball in your hand. When you were out there shaking and baking, nobody, pretending in your mind you were in a game. Your mind couldn't tell the difference. It's the same thing. Appreciate it, bad scientist. And that's all basically I'm taking is that imaginary energy. Setting up creative visualizations and then, implementing them, in your daily life. Yeah, I'm about to knock out here in a minute. But yeah, make sure you guys have a statement, a purpose. So you're not out here just winging it. You know what I'm saying? Because having a purpose, a definiteness of purpose, that's what's going to force you to, put some numbers down on paper. Then that's going to force you to create a trading plan. The trading plan is just going to eventually be what's going to lead you to the manifestation of your desire. Yeah. Oh, appreciate it, Grant. Not a problem, man. The emerald tablets. I'll look at that. The emerald tablets. Yeah, I'll definitely look at that. The emerald tablets. I'll look at that. All right. So yeah, let me get up out of here. Damn, 4 hours and 30 minutes. 4 hours and 30 minutes we've been on the air. I'm gonna probably grab something to eat before I go to bed. But I always, even though I'm going to get off the air, I'm going to do my visualizations and all that stuff like that. And I'll probably end up pulling up another chart because that's just what I do. Because again, Monday through Friday, man, every single Monday through Friday, unless it's a holiday, from 9:30 to 4. I don't care if you have $100, $1,000, $10,000. You have an opportunity to make a trade that can change your life forever. Can change your life forever. Okay? Hopefully for good. But you've got to always be ready, for that opportunity when it comes. That's kind of one of the reasons why we do the show. And hopefully you guys review so hard, you study, and getting better, getting more knowledgeable, reading the books. Some of the books are technical as fuck. Some of them way too technical. I have to like, all right, this guy's putting in all kind of formulas. I have to put it down and switch to something else because, you know, I'm not into the whole idea of being like analytical with it in terms of like writing down, you know, algebraic formulas and statistics. And I think when you do that, you're taking it too far. You're making it way more complicated than it is, because I've seen way too many people who have been successful who aren't that intelligent. So when I pull up a book and it's got all part of mathematical formulas in it, I push it aside because it's not that serious. It's not that serious. You know, it's hard. Just don't get me wrong. It's hard, but that's another level that you don't need to take yourself in. Yeah, I agree, 510. I agree, A. Brantley. I absolutely agree. You say make a video on visualization and shit. Goals and affirmations. Analysis paralysis. Yeah, that is true, man. Yeah. When you start getting into the formulas and all that stuff. I remember we had a guy in the chat room. I had to block him. You know, because this he was one of those guys that, you know, he was like, he's like, what's the formula for RSI? Motherfucker, I don't know what the formula for RSI is. I mean, who knows what the formula for RSI is? Do you know what the formula is for Bollinger Bands? He's like, well, come on, man. What do you mean you don't know what the formula for Bollinger Bands is? I mean, how are you using it if you don't know the form? Motherfucker, I don't know the formula. I just know it works. I just know it works. I don't know the fucking formula. You know? Come on, man. You got to know the formula. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about the formula. I just know it works. I know how to use it. I know how it can make me some money. I know I can't trust it independently. I need to use it, you know, in conjunction with something else. And that's all I need to know. But I'm not going to sit here and think I'm a better trader because I can write down the formula to RSI or write down the formula to Bollinger Bands. Whatever. You know? Or the formula to CCI. That's crazy. A10, you said plus real equal 100. But so where do you put in the 14 though, A. Brantley? You got to put in that 14 though. Because, you know, the RSI is a 14 moving, it's based on 14 days of trading information, right? Okay, yelling at players referring to stock talk. Yeah. I had to block that dude, get him up out of here. Yeah, somebody let me post in the Discord room. Most of you guys I know are already in the Discord room. The Discord room is a nice place to go, man. If you're just looking for information, a question, posting some grit stuff. Let me see here. Let me see. Here's the Discord room. Yeah, okay. This is okay, so here's the link to the Discord room. There's a link. You can go in there, make sure create yourself an account, join us. There are always some people in there. Nobody's in there right now. It's kind of late, but during the week we always have a ton of people in there. Guys are always online. You'll see guys online on the side. Of course, I'm at the top, owner, gold, and go online. And those guys there are always somebody up you can hit up. I mean, just because there's nobody in the room chatting don't mean you can't hit some dudes up on the side if you want to chat with them or send them a message or whatnot. You know, there are always a ton of guys in there you can hit up. All right. The gold members, those are typically the people who are in the gold. I don't know if there's I think there's a certain amount of chats, right? You gotta say or something like that to be ranked gold. I don't think that anybody makes you gold. I think it depends on participation. But those guys are always in there too. By the way, you can hit them up. So sometimes, even though you don't see them in the actual chat, it doesn't mean that they're not doing anything or not willing to speak with you. All right. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. I know those of you guys on the West Coast, you guys are just basically getting your night started out in the West Coast. Shout out to everybody in the West Coast, man. I love that little time difference. That I hate the fact the way you guys trade, though. I would never have. Guys have to wake up at like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. to trade. Oh my God. I don't feel sorry for you guys in the morning, but at night, that's y'all are living it up. At night. Do the Chinese impression. Why, man? That's kind of weird, man. Yeah, Arnold and Landu, 7 a.m. Damn, dude, that's crazy, man. Waking up 5:30 a.m. Jeez, well, you gotta do what you gotta do to grind, though, man. You gotta do what you gotta do to grind, man. 7 a.m. to trade. Woo. That's crazy. But those guys get off work early too, though. Those guys who trade for a living out in the West Coast, man, they got the best life because everybody else is still slaving away, and they out the door, early. They out the door early, and they if you live out in the West Coast, you making good money in the markets. California in itself is an incredibly beautiful place, so you living at the top of it's paradise. California is paradise for people who've got money. But California is hell for if you don't have money and you live in a state like California. That's like hell, man. Because you surrounded by people doing well and you live in a slump. You live in a slump next to people you don't even like. You don't even like to talk to. 9 times out of 10, it's a neighborhood that you're just like, man, get me the fuck out of here. Gang infested. California is the only state that real still fucks with gangs, man. Motherfuckers still flying colors out there. What the fuck? Yeah, California still fucks with colors, man. Like, yeah, look at my red flag. Look at my blue flag. Look at my yellow shirt. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, that bullshit. Yeah, man. LA is just man. If you don't have no money, no car, 9 times out of 10, like like 3 Hook said, you're fucked, man. Especially in California. If you don't have a car in California, you can't do nothing. You can't. I mean, you really can't do nothing anywhere. But most cities they got decent public transportation. But California, you don't have a car, man. Taking the bus anywhere is just like. You probably got to take multiple buses and the rides are long as fuck. I can't imagine. Because nobody will hire you if you don't have any transportation. I think in LA, nobody will hire you if you don't have a car. You can forget trying to get a job, a decent job anyway. Oh man, that's a whole different episode talking about Trump. Appreciate it, Trucker. Thank you, man. Thank you for watching, Trucker. You said rent a house for $3,600 a month? That's ridiculous. Yeah, well, I think California is gonna have a real estate collapse because a lot of the real estate in California is so overpriced, it's ridiculous, man. Like I'm sorry, man. When you got 2-bedroom houses, going for 6 digits, man. 2-bedroom houses, dude. Houses with 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses that are less than 1,000 square feet, and they're going for like $250K. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. You know, so I believe a real estate crash is definitely coming to California, especially when these baby boomers, when these baby boomers die off, because they've been the ones holding up these prices, especially when you talk about California the way they are, because the young generation can't afford those homes. Most of them can't afford those homes unless they're getting the money from mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy's fronting the deposit. All right. So if mommy and daddy ain't gonna be there to front, and the poor generations behind them, they ain't got the cash, what's gonna happen to the price? It's got to come down. It's got to come down. You know, because it's that baby boomer generation that's been keeping the price high like that. These young people, these young folks in California ain't got that kind of money, dude. They don't have it. You might have one or two people that can do, but for the most part, if you live in California under the age of 30, all right, shit, under the age of 40, you probably ain't spending $400K on the house. You're probably not spending $300K on the house. Some of you don't even want to buy a house. Shit, you like, fuck it, I don't even want to deal with owning. You know. Doug, once in a while, I don't promote like that no more. No, I enjoy sleeping now, so you know, I have a conscience now. When you're a promoter, you really can't have a conscience. So when I get approached by companies who want to maybe run an ad before my show, they want to run an ad or something like that, like CLWD Cloud Commerce. You know, they paid me to run some ads on 5 episodes or whatever it was. And sure enough, I didn't run the ad yesterday, and then the stock, look at the stock, pretty much collapsed 18% today. But volume was only 14,000. But this is cloud commerce. They're gonna do something here soon. They're gonna do something here soon. That cloud commerce. I took a position in it just cause, even at this price. It's a safe bet at this price on cloud commerce. It hasn't really done anything, but that's a stock that one day is going to do something. It's going to be a big mover, right? Because their whole thing is like the cloud, and it's actually a real business too. It's a real business, believe it or not. All right. I don't know. Astro, I haven't gotten the email to participate. I want to get into Tasty Work, but I ain't got the email to participate in it. Am I going to come out with a stock DVD? Nah, I ain't got the time for that, man. I'm trading my own money. See, like, if you got the time to come out with a stock market DVD, you ain't trading your own account, man. You trying to make money teaching people how to trade. Like that Sasha Edvikov guy, that people like. That Sasha dude, do you know he doesn't even trade stocks? Sasha Edvikov does not trade stocks. His whole business is trading education. This dude does not trade a single dollar in stocks. All he makes money on is selling his little books of regurgitated information and making videos about the stock market. He does not trade a dollar in the market. That's the new hustle right now, man. The new hustle in finance is teaching people how to trade. Most of these people are like, fuck it, I'm not even going to try to make money, actually trading these charts. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put out some books. I'm going to put out some DVDs, create the illusion that I know what the fuck I'm doing, and everybody will buy. He said he trades once in a while. Yeah, once in a while. I mean, that you sign up for then invite, you call customer support, they'll push your email to a list at the top. Oh, okay. Okay, Mag. So Mag, do you like it? Do you like Tasty Works? Do you like it? Let me know if you like that Tasty Works, because I know it's only $5 a trade, right? $5 a trade. Options are only $1 per contract. Oh, okay. So Mag, are you using it right now? Okay. Yeah, I mean, for any platform, I never use their charts for the platform. What whatever platform I use to trade, E-Trade, whatever I've ever used, I've always used TradingView to chart my stuff, and then I just use the platform to put in my orders. He says he only plays. Okay, what kind of shit is that? He only when there's a good play. What does that mean? There's a good play every day in the market. Every day in the market, there's a good play. We have episodes here every single day in the market. We have episodes here. Stocks up 50, 60, 70%, 100%. Every single day, there's a good trade. I just say I didn't find it. I didn't find it. But I'll never say there was no trade for me today. I didn't find it. But if he say he didn't, there's no good trades today, that's full of shit. You said TradingView lags? I've never had no problem. I've never had a problem with TradingView lagging during the day. Tastyworks is better than E-Trade. Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Oh, no doubt about it, Mag. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, Mag. In fact, like I said, I've already wired a shitload of my account out of E-Trade. This weekend, I'm going to be looking for a new place to put my money. Sent already some money to E options, but especially for my option trades anyway. But I'm going to look at Tastyworks too. But I think, but I still gotta fuck with E-Trade for OTC shit though. That's the thing. I still gotta fuck with E-Trade when it comes to OTC stocks, bro. That's the thing, unfortunately. Nobody really does OTCs as good as they do, except Interactive Brokers. But then Interactive Brokers, you're gonna have to deal with shitty customer service. Level 2 trading on TradingView? No, I use Equity Feed for that. Yeah, I only use TradingView for charting. I think the markets are closed right now, right? Everything's closed, even the Forex. Is the Forex closed right now? Because I wanted to show you, is the Forex, I think the Forex is closed, right? Yeah, the Forex is closed. Okay. But no, they're pretty accurate for day trading, because I thought maybe I could show you guys a live Forex chart, but yeah, the Forex is closed. No, the Forex isn't 24 hours. I think it's like Friday until something, and then it opens again Sunday at 5 or something like that. Okay. All right, Stockzilla, if you feel that way. I've never felt that way though. Because I watch it along with my platform. You can have the ticker open, and as well as in your platform watching the price. I've never seen it be behind. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna use that Tastyworks Mag game of just give them a call. They'll push you up, and if he's happy with it, then I'll definitely at least give it a try for options plays. Because if I can get to $1 a contract, man, that'd be great. And then closing trades are free. Oh man. Closing trades are free. That'd be great. Yeah, TD does OTC, but it's still the $9.99 though. Still the $9.99, and then TD also doesn't get you the some OTCs TD will block. It's fast, Tastywork. Okay, so Astro, are you using Tastywork too? Damn, how many of you guys using Tastywork? Shit. Schwab versus Merrill Edge. How about none of them? What's a good broker to keep in your brokerage account? $30,000. A good broker. You're playing with that kind of money to start out with. Shit, why not fuck with Interactive Brokers then, man? If you're starting out with that off top. Okay. Yeah, Interactive Broker. Yeah, Mag got the same. Or go to the one Tim Sykes and those guys use. They use I think it's like Centennial or something like that. What's the one that Tim Sykes uses now? Tim Sykes and Michael Good. I think they used to fuck with Interactive Brokers and they moved to something else. Let me see here. They moved to another broker. I think it was like Centennial or some shit like that. Let me see. It was at Centennial. Centerpoint. There we go. Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint Securities. If you go and look at Tim Sykes and Michael Good's Profitly, when they post up trades, sometimes they'll say secret broker underneath, like they don't want to give you who their broker is. That broker is Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint Securities. The thing about Centerpoint Securities is for professionals, and like to open an account, I think you need at least like $25,000 or something like that. Hold on. No, I think to open an account, I forgot what it is. I think it's higher than that. Yeah, I think it's higher than that. You need quite a bit more. I forgot what it's called, but you need a ton to trade. 50,000. There we go. 50,000. Excuse me. 50,000. 50,000. So yeah, you had 30. I'll go to Interactive Brokers. But Centerpoint Securities, the ones that Michael Good, Tim Sykes, Tim Grattani use, is Centerpoint Securities, and you need $50,000 minimum to open the account there. Dug the plug? No, hell no. I mean, I tell people what I'm getting into, but hell no. Stocks to Trade is not a broker. Scanner is not a broker. It's a scanner. Chart plat. Yeah. Just get equity feed. I can't stand Stocks to Trade. He's trying to, but I don't blame him. He's trying to build up Stocks to Trade so that one day, somebody buys them out, like a TD or E-Trade buys them out. So he's trying to build up this Stocks to Trade software. Yeah, I'm leaving E-Trade for a fact. No, I'm done with E-Trade, man. I don't have anywhere else to go for OTC stuff right now. But for options, for a fact, when it comes to options, I'm done with E-Trade. I'm done. Done. When it comes to options and E-Trade, it's a wrap. I'm trying to learn it. I'm trying to get better at it. I love the leverage that you get in options. I love how you can turn $200 that you were just playing around with into $3,000-$4,000 because you're playing these out of the money calls that you didn't even think would hit. You didn't even think would hit. For example, let me show you guys. I already showed you guys this earlier. But this SPY situation that happened like 2 days ago. This was an SPY call February 10th, 17. This closed. This was a situation where I bought it out of the money. 231 call, and this is actually before today. I think it got higher today, but I ended up selling it big into yesterday because I was a little bit afraid of time value eating up my gains. But here's the situation of a stock that I bought, at 4 cents. I mean, at 4 cents a contract. 4 cents a contract, and all of a sudden a whole out of the money. Now it gets into the money. Gain of over 700%. Incredible gains, man. Is it options is stressful? It doesn't have to be, Arnold. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't really have to be. So you can turn small trades into a shitload of money in options. Shitload of money. Shitload of money in options. All right. Yeah, I'm starting to get a headache now looking at this screen. A. Brantley, I got enough. I got enough to make it worth my while. Make it worth my while. Trump, Mexico, and his effect on his economy. I don't know. At this point, Astro, man, I just don't even give a fuck. We got the guy for the next 29 months until he's got to run for president again. So until then, it is what it is, man. Appreciate it, Stock Skiller. I downloaded the Optionetics DVD. It's a 9-hour DVD. Got it on Pirate Bay. Most of you guys in here have it. Here it is right there. There's the torrent for it. It's a 9-hour DVD on options. It breaks down options, the lingo, what to look for. Once you get that down, you'll be off and running. Because options, you really just need to get the language down. Once you get the language, understanding what theta, all those other values are, then you'll get what it's about. But you need to download that torrent so you can get the information. Damn, we got 64 people still in here, man. 5 hours in. But it's a wrap, man, for me. Shit. I gotta knock out, guys. I'm exhausted. But please like this video. Thank you guys to all the people who watch this show, who call in, who make the Discord room what it is, who share information. Thank you guys entirely, man. And I'm so grateful for every single one of you guys. You guys know how grateful I am. I don't try to be anything more than what I am, is a guy who's just trying to get rich, man. Get Rich or Die Trying, one of my favorite albums. That's all I'm trying to do, is get rich or die trying. Like, really, that's all I'm trying to do. And I just want to pursue something that 30 years from now I won't regret. And I think, I'm putting in the time so that, can you imagine how good of a trader you'll be 20 years from now, 10 years from now? You going as hard as we do right now? You know what I mean? Can you imagine how good you'll be? That's just how I'm looking at it. By then, we'll probably have like cerebral trading or 24-hour trading. Yeah, I think the future is 24-hour trading. But you're still going to have candlesticks. Candlesticks ain't going nowhere. All these indicators ain't going nowhere. So I'm putting in the work now. Penny stocks. I swing trade penny stocks. I swing trade penny stocks, and I short during the day or trade options on weeklies during the day. And when it comes to options, all I'm doing is looking for oversold or overbought positions. Yep. 29. What indicators do I use? RSI, colored volume bars. The colored volume bars let me know at least the condition of the trades. What kind of, it's usually right for the most part. Then I've got the 4 and 8 exponential moving average, Bollinger Bands. I've got the 20-day moving average, 50-day moving average, and the 200-day moving average. Yeah. And they all work together. They all work together. All right. They all work together to get me in a position to make some money. All right. All right, guys. Let me get out of here before another becomes a whole nother hour. Y'all know I can keep going and going and on. Thank you guys so much. Friday is, late night. We go on and on and on. Enjoy the weekend. Learn. I know some of you guys got to be up in a couple hours to put in that work for Mr. Charlie. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you got what you working on, that's all that matters. Thank you guys to all the people in the chat room. Doug the Plug. Yeah, I'll definitely think about doing that, Doug the Plug. Africa Emporium. A. Brantley. Mag. The blue is just basically a weakening of buying. So blue is supposed to be a weakening of buying. And then green is like for sure buyers have the momentum. Blue represents weakening. Then the brownish, So let me see here. So that's kind of how it's supposed to work its way out. So I don't know. I like it though. I kind of like it because I can, be able to tell at least. All right, so we've got momentum on our hand, but it's rather on the weaker end, and then this is stronger buying. Not for everybody, but I like it. Londell Carter, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate it, man. The Headache 24, Arnold Landu, thank you. Ibanar, thank you. Mag 3690, thank you. Cool Cats 18, appreciate it, man. Get started early. Cristiano, thank you, man. Elite King, thank you, sir. Lennox John, 3 hooks. Will S, Doug the Plug, Ski 888, Fortis, Sinclair, thank you, sir. Shout out to everybody who was in the chat room today. Thank you, all the people who called. Bat Scientist, I am eternally grateful, sir. Eternally grateful, sir. I have no doubt in my mind, Bat Scientist, you changed somebody's life today based on the information he gave out, man. Thank you so much. I'll be back here Monday, same time, same place. Hopefully we have another great day in the market. I mean, the market is going higher. It has been going higher here now. What is that, 5 days in a row here? Look at this beautiful day of the chart. The S&P 500 ETF. So hopefully we don't get a pullback. But it's likely. So it's likely next week. I wouldn't be surprised if Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, pullback days. It's kind of expected now. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend, everybody. Take care. Good night.